Alrighty. I realized I don't have a timer to like cut down like how soon we're gonna start. So if I don't feel like waiting the whole 8 minutes because I'm ready sooner than usual, then I wanted to have a little like 1 minute like timer so we can say hello to people and get going faster without just cutting straight to it and catching people off guard. So we're gonna do that. Anyway, thank you for coming by. Appreciate it. Lurking is okay too. Don't feel pressured to use chat or anything. But we are gonna redo my legends and tear myself apart again and pretend like it wasn't made by me and that I hate it. Because we got some pretty cool tips indirectly from Apex Dev. So we're gonna go over what they said first, and then we're gonna get into what this is gonna mean with what we did. So in case you guys would like to find out the stream that this is from, there is a stream that Boomrazzle did today. I'll put his name in chat. Boomrazzle did a stream. Oh, you know what? The chat be a bit bigger on this thing. Let me go ahead and get the chat box bigger for you guys. Get that scale up. Chat thing bigger too. Okay. There we go. It'll be better. That way you guys can see what's going on in chat. Oh, that's kind of gonna get in the way though too. Yeah, I don't know. The plan's gonna be for that then. We'll just work off the top of the screen, and that'll try to make up for it because this is a pretty chat heavy thing. So we'll just do that. So anyway, the stream was Boomrazzle, and the developer that he was talking with is Brian on the Rocks. You can look out for his messages in the chat room when you're watching the replay there. And he did a stream with Moki Sniper and Punch. I don't remember Punch's full name. The Gaming Merchant, Macro, and himself. And they went over legends that they designed themselves. And then Brian gave some feedback. And so I went ahead and took notes on what I liked within those legends they designed, and did some adaptations, did, you know, complete avoidance of some stuff. Whoops. You know, for the Gaming Merchants and Chain, I didn't really like anything he had going on there, so I didn't take any notes on him. There are some notes about Moki's legend that I have kind of in my own. Most of what he described is super similar to Wraith, and so it's a version of Wraith, but there were a lot of limitations that would need to be put on the abilities. It'd be a lot of playtesting, a lot of work, and frankly, in my opinion, I don't think doing all that work to get something that's just like Wraith isn't really worth it, because Wraith already does what she does really well, and I don't think that there really needs to be a second variation of her. So unfortunately, I don't think I would. If it was up to me, I wouldn't greenlight this legend that he came up with. Punch had a fun one, but it was really more of a meme, and he said he had some serious ones that he wanted to work on, so I'm excited to see his serious ones, but this one was definitely more of a meme, and as an LTM, this would be really fucking cool. So definitely, at the very least, as an LTM, that's really cool. Macro had a pretty interesting idea with Midas, and he essentially made a legend that's a mobile replicator and could call in a replicator. So that's not the worst idea. Like Brian said, his version of it was very campy, and so it would need alterations. The idea is there, but to make sure that it wouldn't have a play style that you didn't want, like Brian's first thing is, what is the play pattern and what will a player be trying to do with this legend, and is that frustrating, is it strategic, is it, you know, healthy, or is it not healthy? That's one of the first things that got brought up when Macro was talking about this legend here. He had another one that was a meme for having Captain Falcon as a legend, but actually his idea for a ground punch for area damage was actually pretty legit. So working that in as a possible alteration of the Fuse ultimate in style, but would not be right for Fuse as a character. So that is where that kind of came in. That was my note for that, where this is something that could look a lot like Fuse's ultimate, and a lot of like the feedback I've been hearing about how the community would change Fuse is to make his ring do damage on the inside and then also have it do damage when you leave, kind of thing. And that is very similar to what I think I would rather have this ability be for, you know, Captain Falcon's ultimate, to be punching the ground and it doing that. So that is where I, you know, that idea for what you would want Fuse to be, I think would be more suited for this kind of ground punch mechanic. And then my idea for Fuse was to give him a rocket launcher instead, and have that be the same as an EMP, and have it do high damage to vehicles and legend placed objects. So there's that. Boom had a couple ideas. Didn't have a lot on Boom stuff that I thought was worth continuing. Big fan of Boom. but the first one was a little memey because it was about Candy, and there weren't a lot of abilities on Candy's legend that I felt were worth continuing. So he had Mimic though, and Mimic was pretty cool, but funny enough, Mimic's passive of duplicating stuff is better fitted to Midas, the legend that Macro made. So I actually wouldn't even use Mimic's duplicate on Mimic. I would move that to Midas. And then the copycat with the ultimate, that was an idea where you would be able to like shift into a different legend and kind of have it be like a universal legend. Like you could get a different legend's abilities and stuff like that, and that was kind of neat. So I was considering it being something where if the last person that damaged you was the legend that you would turn into, it was either that or maybe like a UI system where you once you use the ultimate, if you had a legend in that field of view, then you could turn into that legend that you're looking at, and that would be interesting as well. Or someone in his chat actually recommended that maybe it was you use the ultimate and you turn into another copy of whoever's on your team, and I rather liked that idea as well. So that I snagged as a possible ultimate as well, but not necessarily something that I. If it's going to be hard to write a whole character and abilities around that, and duplicate does fit into copycat, so it's hard to like it. If you made duplicate the tactical, you made copycat the ultimate, then that could work, and there could just be no passive, or you could keep duplicate as a passive, and because of copycat's ultimate, you could have it be no tactical, because you'd basically always be using your ultimate to turn into them. So there would be that. On top of that, Copycat's ultimate would have to... really, I think Copycat's tactical should be... Sorry, Mimic's tactical should be Copycat. Maybe a different passive so I could put duplicate on Midas. And then the ultimate is what you'd be stealing. And so maybe the passive is that the ultimate recharges 50% faster than regular legends, and then his Mimic's tactical is that you're constantly swapping ultimates to whoever else. Oh, hey, Stingy. What's up, dude? Thanks for stopping by. But anyway, we're going over the stream that Boom did earlier today, in case you missed it. So Boom did a stream with all the people and showing off the legends that they made. You watched it, perfect, yeah. So I took some notes on what they wrote, on what they made, and I also took notes on it was pretty funny. I was trying to go for a more serious attitude on it, so I went ahead and actually, I took notes as if it was a real pitch, and on what I liked about the legends that they put down, and then I also went ahead and took a lot of notes on what Brian was talking about, because Brian had some really awesome insights into game deving, and there was that. So yeah, there were some pretty cool designs. I really liked how much effort Moki put into his. That was really cool. I didn't like a lot of that character because it really felt too much like Wraith, but his design and work that he put into that was fantastic. So I was a big fan of the effort that Moki put in. I know he really cared, and he really, really, really was taking this seriously, and I appreciate that quite a bit. But what he came up with, I wasn't quite there for. But otherwise, really, really appreciated what he did. But anyway, so that was basically the recap of all of that. And so what I wanted to do is take the feedback that Brian gave them and run that through my own 5 legends and go, okay, like if I was pitching these ideas to Brian and he had this to say about those legends, what could I expect him to say about mine? Getting a bigger insight into how Brian's brain works, and how Apex is typically fielding legend ideas, to kind of get a little bit of an upper hand on when I hopefully get the chance to do this with him in person. So that's the game plan. So the most important question is definitely going to be, what is the play pattern? And what will a player be trying to do with this legend? Is it frustrating? Is it strategic? Is it healthy? Is it toxic? all this kind of stuff. And so with and you have to look at just not just necessarily what your intentions are with the character, but what the character will let you do. And Boomy is a character that I designed that is definitely potentially annoying as fuck, because I gave her propulsion grenades, and those are designed to slide and throw people depending on if it's the tactical or ultimate. And also just generally with Boomy, her tactical and ultimate are so similar that it's not a lot of character depth to Boomy. It's a very surface level, and that is something that could do with a better overhaul to come up with that. Maybe a charge up time for Moody's ult, so you can make it as long as you Moody, or do you mean Boomy? Because my legend name is Boomy, Bumi. Oh, Moki. Oh, for Moki's. Maybe a charge up time for Moki's ultimate, so you can make it as long as you want to make it a bit more different. It would make it a bit more different, but like what we covered before is like Wraith already does what she does very well. And so for the amount of playtesting that it would take to get Fuchs to come out the way that he needs to not be OP, I feel like they already did a lot of that with Wraith. And personally, I'd rather buff her than create a legend to fill the void, pun intended, that was left when they nerfed Wraith. Because once they nerfed Wraith, there was a pretty big void left. And so it would be nice to put her back where she was and then move on from there. Because and like Brian was saying about Fuchs, it was that he this would become a must pick because of how much movement there is with Fuchs. He's so movement focused that he's hyper movement, and everything he does is movement, and movement is king in Apex. So having a legend that does nothing but movement is like way too OP, or you'd have to nerf him so much that it's okay, why would I use him? And that's what Brian was talking about in that stream too. And so that really resonated with me, because I want to make sure that that's a thing with my legends. And like what he was saying specifically about Fuchs is that hard to read movement is hard to counter. And so there must be a way to counter any ability, you know, whether that's being able to track them visually or having an actual counter to it, like Gibraltar, like a hard counter or just a soft counter. And then, you know, what they use replicators for is, you know, slowing down the game and focusing players to go to certain positions and stuff like that. So anyway, so that's what we want to focus on, is that you know, what are the legends going to be trying to do? What could players do with my legend that I don't want them to? And do the abilities support each other? Is there a theme? Because there kind of needs to be a theme. And is there even a buildup of those tactical and ultimates supporting each other so that they can be used in tandem? And that would be even more ideal. Not necessarily required, but definitely that's a good sign if they can use their tac and ult in tandem. And so if we have a movement character, which I did design Boomy as a movement character, that it's not hard to read, that there must be a way to counter it. And if we go with a replicator legend, like maybe adjusting Midas a bit and making that more of the legend that Macro was trying to make versus the legend that he did make, and kind of focusing on that a bit more. I'm sure he's already going to take another whack at it too. But I wouldn't mind trying my hand at a legend that I didn't make either, because Macros was the most fleshed out. His abilities were the most themed together. They were the most plausible. And frankly, I think they needed the least amount of tuning. And just from him talking about it, I already had some ideas of how to fix it. Some of them I put in the chat, by the way. But yeah, we're going to take a hand at Macros, because Macros resonated a bit. And I think between me and definitely Brian, we could kind of get that to a pretty good point. Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, that's okay. We'll cover it. But Brian said that crafting legends are at risk of being too campy. We don't want them to make too much of a difference on the inventory strain, because that was a change that they wanted. The attrition of inventory and that whole, like, you know, struggle of balancing that was something they wanted Apex to have. So anyone that can craft things at will is at risk of ruining that. So that needs to make sure that it's balanced. He said that there's the chance of making it too balanced might make it too bad, and too good but might make it too campy. And so focusing on getting materials from in-game actions versus passive is going to be the key to that. And that the entire design needs to be focused away from that campy playstyle, which is different, by the way, than defensive. Defensive playstyle is allowing you to protect what you have. Campy playstyle is getting something from nothing. So if it, that's going to be the difference. If people are like, but they have campy legends, Caustic is campy, and Rampart is campy. Like, not necessarily. They're defensive, right? If they just sit in one spot the whole game and defend, and they don't loot, then they didn't get anything for that playstyle. This if they had a passive of being able to get crafting material and they could just get everything they needed from that, then it would be more of like, okay, this is campy as shit because you're not doing anything and you're not interacting with the game, but you're still getting all the stuff that you need. And that's the part that needs to not be a thing. Then what was it? I think it was the gaming merchant's idea for Chain. I didn't like a lot of what he was saying about Chain, but Chain did give me an idea for a support or a recon legend, likely recon legend that's a combination of Rampart and Crypto. And if you're familiar with my legends and the ones that I've designed, then Ghost is a huge candidate for the tactical that he described of the cameras, the sticky cameras for putting up in a wall. That would actually be fantastic on Ghost. And my tactical for Ghost right now doesn't quite fit him as a character, but it is a cool ability. And so I think what I'm going to do is borrow that camera idea that he had for the I think it was, what is it? I think he got it from Rainbow Six or something like that. But the perimeter cameras was a fantastic ability. Ghost's current abilities, let me double check. Ghost's current abilities are passive of Iron Lung. So due to extensive training, hold on. I'll do this so I don't block out chat, which will mean put it here. Cypher from Valorant has cams. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay. So Ghost's abilities right now are his passive is that he has Iron Lung due to extensive training. All weapons have 50% less sway when idle, crouched, or prone. His ultimate lets him go prone, by the way. Tactical for Ghost right now is that Ghost deploys a single person cover, 3 meters tall, 1.2 meters wide. That would need to be more than less than 1.2 meters wide. Forget 1.2 meters is almost 2 people, but one fortified person is about that. The cover deploys in 200 milliseconds at crouch height, then over 500 milliseconds deploys to full height. It's a solid cover that cannot be shot through. 2 stacks of shields that have 120 health. The top half of the cover will be bulletproof glass. The cooldown of 40 seconds. That is his current ability. I designed it to be a full non-visual shield wall, but the implications of movement that can happen in the guesswork was too much. So to be able to see if that person's healing and see if they're ADSing and stuff like that, like that's going to be huge. So very visually unobstructive, but very much so about physically blocking bullets or even doorways. And so it's like a light version of Rampart Shield, because this was made for stopping that very fast, like Octane jump pad push. That's what this was designed to do, was to stop a squad from jumping on you with SMGs or shotguns and being able to put down this wall and having something to hide behind while that team is jumping at you. That was what this ability was designed for, but it doesn't quite fit Ghost's research or Ghost character, because I designed him as like a Spec Ops sniper. And so having the cameras as the tactical, way better as a recon legend, because I actually took him off of recon because I couldn't quite make that recon character work, and I threw him on support, and that was just bad for the character overall. But that camera idea I actually didn't think of. I didn't think that the game needed another camera legend because of crypto. And that was something that Brian kind of touched on too, is that because of how they made crypto, they even didn't really think or maybe necessarily want another camera legend in the game because of crypto. And so I was thinking that camera idea would be great for Ghost, so that he could set up a perimeter and have it not necessarily like highlight where that person is, but just to be like as a trigger warning of that person saying that they were scanned, so that the person going through the cameras, I think looking at other games with abilities really helps when designing new characters. That probably does. But I also I don't play a lot of hero shooters, so I wanted to see what I could come up with on my own without too much influence, and just kind of like take that raw of like, what did Apex make me think of, because that's going to be more true to like what Apex needs versus like what I think would be cool. Because I could look at other games and be like, man, that's really cool, I love that game did that, let's put that in Apex. But a lot of my legends that I thought of were basically just from my experience with Apex. And so having that ability to go like, okay, this is what I would like to do in Apex, how could I make that fit within Apex, versus like thinking that someone's cool and making it fit. Because for me, this is something that I feel Apex needs. I think Apex needs Ghost because long range combat is non-existent. And so maybe cams only work when checked, so that he could be more nesting but manually checking while sniping. That is actually perfect. And that ability tied in with the other feature where what I was just about to describe when you left your comment, which is totally fine. Where his cameras have a tripwire, and that trip would let that player know that they tripped it. They would say detected, so they would know they just walked into some kind of camera, but it wouldn't actually fully highlight them, right? And Ghost would get a notification that someone was in the area, but until Ghost manually opened the camera, it wouldn't do the digi threat like what you're saying. So manually checking the camera and looking at the cams would full highlight scan like Bloodhound. But if Ghost isn't on the cams and he's, ADS'd or just not on his tablet, then that would make it so that it's just like a notification saying, hey, someone's near you. And then the enemy would go like, hey, there's someone over here. And then they would have to try to find you. But when you're in Ghost's ultimate, you're prone and have a Mirage style tent. And so that would buy you time to switch weapons and get ready and even look at your camera, because they won't see you immediately. And so that way it's not something that you can just hide from if you put up your camera. If you don't put up your camera, then you can probably get away with hiding. But if you put up your camera, then that would be something where that would kind of come in. And he would also be able to get more defensive use, because he could passively know if someone walked by an area and stuff like that. And so that would be how I would adapt that camera idea to Ghost, so that he could have that ability to be in his ultimate, laying on the ground and sniping, and get the warning that someone's there without it being totally broken. And that as the whole team could get the notification that there's someone there. What do you think of hiding the cam so you don't run into the crypto problem? I think that would be ideal as well. I think that having a low profile camera that doesn't do a whole lot until you're out of combat, it would be huge. And that's what I think I would like. I would like not necessarily like full on hidden, but like if you would think about like a giant pen sticking out, or like a knife. If you thought of like the knife going into the wall, you know what? That's exactly what it would be. It'd be a throwing knife. It'd be a throwing knife with a camera in the handle, so that you throw the knife onto the surface, and then the knife sticks in, and that's the camera. That's exactly what I would. Yeah. I think that's perfect too. That's what I would do. That's exactly how I would write Ghost, and how I would change his tactical away from that. And then I would likely write another assault legend that would fit this deployable cover. Can you sell? I would very much like to sell this to Respawn. In fact, I would. But yeah, that's what this is. And so that's Ghost. We're gonna rewrite Ghost in a minute, so we'll get into that. But yeah, I would like to work with Respawn and work on these ideas. And again, like something that Brian also mentioned is that a lot of these legends took like a year, right? And so they already have legends like planned all the way out to like season 14 or something like that. So basically every legend took a year to make. And so they had a lot of time to figure out all these different mechanics, and so like he said, like they probably already thought of this. It's just either they didn't want it or they didn't find that person that would take the lead and finish it, you know, because they wait for one of their employees to go like, hey, I like this idea, let's run with it, and they kind of have to sell it and make sure that this is going to be a good thing to work on. And so they might have thought of this idea, they might have actually been like, this is probably something they thought of when they were making crypto, and they probably decided that landing on crypto was better than what they landed on right now. But they might not have been able to. Maybe they didn't have the rest of the pieces to make Ghost. Maybe they wanted to make Ghost and they just didn't quite think it was going to fit, or they had other legends that they wanted to put out first. And so, for all we know, Ghost is season 12. That kind of thing. So I don't want to like take the approach of they didn't think of anything on this list, because odds are they probably did. But what I am hoping is that I might have put them together in a way that they didn't quite think of. And so if I could get a chance to repitch, or maybe even just, full on pitch an idea that they maybe didn't have, or a combination of abilities that they didn't, maybe get to yet, that is something that I would like to do. And I think Boom said that they were hoping to do, they might, well, not hoping, but that they might do a community version. And this is a big reason why I'm revisiting this right now and not doing Excel work, because I want to take Brian's feedback and go, okay, if I was going to pitch this stuff right now, which I would have been more than happy to if Boom let me, what would have Brian said, about this? How would the things that he said apply to my characters? And then running that through, the processor one more time to make sure that when I get a chance, or if I get a chance, hopefully when I get a chance to show these to an actual Respawn employee or someone who's, worked in character design or something, that I have that little bit of extra work put in to make it be even more what they want. Kind of taking this to the next step in the sales pitch, where I have an idea that I could definitely adapt on the fly with them, but I want to get even more of that work done before even showing them, so that they can take me a bit more seriously as a potential employee or a potential contractor. Because if I could, sell ideas to them, more than happy. I'd have to stop streaming all these ideas, but it'd be cool. So, what do you think about a legend that's able to stun or slow enemies to keep down the movement meta? Brian kind of talked about that too. Take a look at Call of Duty for a moment, and to go to Warzone. Stun grenades are very prevalent, and there's even an ability to refresh those grenades without having to find them. And typically, like, of the things that make FPS players stupidly irrational, one of the things that Brian pointed out is melee. Is getting meleeed to death in a shooter will make people completely irrational. And the other thing is stun locking, which is one of the reasons why melee is so frustrating right now, is because melee stun locks you. And of all of the things that I went through with every single legend, of a slowdown not disabled. Yeah. See but the slowdown, I think that realistically what you're asking for in its best form is Revenant. His tactical, I think, is the best and least frustrating way to handle that particular question. So I don't think I would make a second one, because I don't think that they could do better than Revenant. I think his tactical is by far the best way to have a stun lock or a flash grenade or anything like that. Like, that is the least frustrating version of exactly what that is. So I don't think I would make another legend like that, because I don't think I could do better than that. I just feel like with more characters, you need more general counters. I do agree with that, but I don't think I like that Revenant is a general counter. What I would like to see in Apex is specific counters. So there's a legend that I designed whose name is Christoph that I definitely need to put more work in, who is a specific counter to both my new legend Navarro and Caustic. And I did get some feedback on Kristoff from one of the people in Boom Stream, where they said that they don't think that he would be viable because he only counters 2 legends, even though his tactical is a ranged revive. And to make another healer kind of thing, can you see him? Yeah, we'll get to him. We're gonna cover all 5 of them in this stream, hopefully. If not, then part 2. And so that was something where I was kind of interested, because I don't mind if a legend only counters 2 or 3 people, because it would be a very specific counter that my legend can have as like a bonus flavor, right? If you think of it more as well, that would also have to mean that his ultimate would have to do something other than just counter Caustic and Navarro. Like maybe his ultimate would have to be an AoE heal, and I could easily write that in, where it's a, you know, like a big version of Lifeline's drone, where it heals everyone, hostile and friendly, like a big, like everyone in that area gets 25 health kind of thing. And that could be interesting, and that could be like that and everyone in the gas, and you know, and the gas goes away kind of thing. That could be an interesting mechanic for his ultimate, where it's yeah, that was something in Dummy's Big Day. Yeah, that was. That was. I forgot that was one of the random ultimates that was an AoE heal. Yeah, and so it's taking something like that and turning that into like this like fire extinguisher foamy gas kind of thing, and have that be a neutralizer for Caustic's gas and a flame retardant for Navarro, so that if there was a Navarro or a Caustic that just threw their ultimate, then you could just like disable that shit. Or if a bunch of Caustic traps were going off in a building, you could throw his ult inside the building that the Caustic's in, and then any currently triggered traps would be rendered inert, and then any non-triggered traps could just stay there. I think some kind of tweak to make the ultimate more tactical. Well, that's the tactical bit of it would be the deployment time. Is that if the ultimate deployed quickly, then it could be a bit more tactical. But he is a support character and a healing character, so I think having it be something that was used more defensively, not in combat, would be better, because we want to save the tactical abilities for the assault characters, right? If they're sorry, Kate was saying something. I wasn't sure if it was anything that she sounded excited, so I wasn't sure if I needed to listen. So having the abilities for legends that aren't supposed to be used in combat take longer is what's going to help them, one, get stronger abilities, right? And then also make sure that they're being used the correct way, because Kristoff is by no means like, if you're getting pushed, get ready for your fight. Yeah. Well, like if you finish more like if it was like, if you finished a fight and you're looting, that's how you would use Lifeline's drone, right? Like you just finished a fight, you shield swapped, you're looting, so you put down the drone next to the bin that you're looting, and you get healed while you loot. That would be the same way that I would want Kristoff's ult to get used, or maybe it's just an AoE gas effect that's a bigger area than Lifeline's drone, right? And then it would or maybe I would have to make it his tactical, maybe, but then there's that balance of power, because I was hoping that his tactical would be the revive syringe, but maybe that would need to be his ultimate, where his ultimate is he uses a sniper that has a self-revive syringe, and it shoots them at the teammate to revive them. So basically a ranged version of what Lifeline does right now is her passive, and let that be his ultimate. And then his tactical could be that that nerfing gas, basically, and that would be interesting. Where if it was for your teammates, it could be used for healing. For enemies, it would be a neutralizer for Navarro and for Caustic, and that would be something that could work. And then but if it was his ultimate, then I could have it be a slower deployment time. I could have it do more healing overall. And stuff like that. So that's probably what I'd probably keep it with his ultimate, and then I would let it be like a probably 18-meter AoE, about the same as Watson's pylons. And honestly, maybe it's just a pylon. Maybe it's just maybe it's a big old like thing that he pulls out, kind of thing. Maybe it could be something that he carries on his back, and then maybe the sniper is just like a little pistol that he can shoot. Maybe I reduce the range on that, or maybe I just let it be a really cool pistol. and then leave his ultimate as like the big thing on his back, kind of like Fuse, where like if you thought about like if Fuse has his ult on his back, if his ult instead of shooting a ring of fire like shot out like a bunch of smoke, then that could be a version of Kristoff's ultimate. That would be like an AoE gas, so like 25 overall, be like a reverse thermite, 25 up front and then like 4 health per tick every second until you get back up to full. And that could be like his version of the ultimate. But Kristoff needs the most work out of all my legends. He's the least put together, so we'll try to write that down as we go along. But anyway, that Rampart Crypto combo is definitely gonna go on Ghost. He mentioned that dashing is not necessarily something that you would want to have in Apex, and double jumping would also be in that category. Double jumping is something that would be inherently a little broken, and the example that he brought up was that if you were to double jump on someone's head, that the person that you double jumped onto would have a really hard time dealing with you and figuring out what side you're going to land on, and that would be a really big advantage. So a legend that could do that all the time, like Boomy, I designed Boomy to be a passive double jump. I designed her to have propulsion grenades. She could potentially be one of the most frustrating legends in Apex if I don't handle that correctly. So, things that make people miss too many shots, that kind of thing, remembering what it would be like to fight that character. I never really thought about what it'd be like to fight Boomy. So that's someone that I need to look into and maybe even just remove as one of my legends. So that was the feedback that we got indirectly from one of the Apex devs. So we're gonna work on that at the moment and deal with that. So what we want to do is work on our legends that we made. So I think Ghost is going to be the first one up that we're gonna work on, and we're gonna rewrite Ghost, and we're definitely going to use that camera thing as well, because that was a good idea. Come on, go there. Perfect. Okay. Navarro, I'd say Navarro is probably my most put together legend. She's probably my favorite. I don't think, well, now that I've got the camera thing for Ghost, I think Ghost and Navarro would be my two most put together. I'm thinking about making grenades a counter for something instead of just shooting traps like Kotson and Watson. Well, grenades are supposed to be the counter for Rampart. That's the built-in counter for Rampart. Remember, grenades used to do like 2 times damage to Rampart barriers, and it ended up being too OP, so they took that away. But grenades are supposed to be the counter for Rampart, and grenades typically are just supposed to be a counter for combat styles, not necessarily, and like making people move from cover, not necessarily countering abilities. So like what my Fuse change was to give him a rocket launcher that would let him counter actual like abilities and things, and also it's maybe an ultimate counter though. You want grenades to counter ultimates, or do you mean an ultimate that would counter grenades? I mean an ultimate that would counter things that grenades do right now. Or do you mean an ultimate that counters? Well, we have an ultimate that counters grenades. It's Watson. And so it's funny actually that you mentioned caustic traps, because grenades won't destroy caustic traps. Grenades that counter an ult. Okay. I did kind of have that in my first rework. I actually had caustic gas flammable, and I introduced a new grenade that would ignite caustic gas. And then I realized that when I made Navarro, that would be too OP. Yeah, it was a cool idea, but I ended up not using it. I didn't see it as healthy, especially for caustic. And if I was going to introduce Navarro, whose ultimate could light caustic gas on fire, that didn't feel right. So I had to remove that, but it was a cool idea. And if I never made Navarro, I would keep it. But I did design Navarro, and I would rather have Navarro than flame grenades. So I decided to keep caustic gas not flammable, and go from there. Which I'm curious actually if they ever thought about making caustic gas flammable as a counter. I'm sure they probably did, but I think they might have ended up on the same the same conclusion I did, and just go that it may not have been right for Caustic as a character, especially if another character could counter him. You think Fuse should have another passive where he does damage with his abilities. He gains ult charge. You know, that's not bad. That's dangerous territory though, because creating that passive, everyone's gonna want that on their legend, right? Like there's whenever any legend is like not OP, it would kind of fit his kit. It would kind of fit his kit. But whenever a legend needs a buff, they do that with them. Like they kind of did that with Watson, you know? Like they were kind of sneaky about it, but like they just kind of copied that ability from Octane and then was like, hey, you know, she's a little underpowered. It fits her kit, right? You know, that ability fits her kit. So why don't we just give her this passive because she needs a buff, you know, like that kind of thing. So I worry about, there's a lot, like that ability specifically could fit a lot of legends. Like that could fit Bangalore, that could fit Gibby, you know, like anyone who uses artillery, which is a surprising amount of legends, that would suddenly fit their character because Fuse has it. So that's what I worry about with that. So in order to make Fuse better, I have some changes for Fuse. So let me maybe we should go over my Fuse changes. So my passive that I give Fuse to give him a buff is to give him EOD, which is reduced explosive damage. It would get stolen, exactly. It gets stolen. So I give him a 20% reduction to grenades, arc stars, and explosive ultimates, such as Bangalore's, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie. So anything that's explosive, he takes 20% less damage. And his ultimate, I turn into a rocket launcher with a 2-minute cooldown, which is the same as Pathfinder's zipline. And he would get one shot every 2 minutes. And that would take, you know, about 600 milliseconds to equip, 600 milliseconds to ADS. You know, explosive radius of 3 meters and deal 40 damage. And so it would have a, you know, a muzzle velocity pretty slow, so it would be more of a close to close mid-range kind of thing. And that main ability would be not necessarily the dealing the damage to people, but that would be a nice benefit. But that it would deal damage to rampart walls, caustic traps, Lifeline's dock shield, which I give back to Lifeline, Trident's Horizon black holes, which is almost enough to kill the whole black hole. It'd have 25 health left. Revenant's Death Totem, which it would destroy, Jump Pads, which it would destroy, the Black Market, which it would destroy, Crypto's Drone, which it would destroy, and Ghost Tent, which it would destroy in one shot. So there's that. And so I also give caustic traps a health of 150, whether they've been triggered or not. So this is enough to one-shot all of Caustic's traps in a 3-meter radius. So if that Caustic is kind of bunching them up all in one spot, then they could potentially all be killed if it's too small of a building. So it would be a pretty effective counter to Caustic as well. And so I think letting Fuse become a Caustic counter, become a Trident counter, become a Horizon counter, a Rev counter, if you can find the totem, like that, and especially even an Octane counter to, you know, this is the everything counter that you wanted. Yeah, and so that's what I think would make Fuse go up to that next level. I don't want to make him broken, so that's why, you know, it's a pretty small radius. Like, you answered your prayers. Yeah, thank you. So this is exactly how if I had to make Fuse. I already mentioned in my other video, kind of too much, that I don't like Fuse and that I never would have designed him, and the conundrum that is Fuse. It is a very hard legend to make and balance and make work. So they kind of only had two options with Fuse for an ultimate. It would either be especially because they made him an explosives expert. A third option would have been giving him like a 50 cal wingman, and that's actually what Ghost's ultimate was originally. I had his tactical be the shield, the tut, the sniper tent, and I had his ultimate be a 50 cal wingman. And that felt a little too broken, even though I did my best to balance it. That would get so many complaints. Like, it would be really cool, but I think people would say Apex is dumb as fuck if that was a thing, because getting killed by a 50 cal wingman would just make people leave. So it'd be a great meme, and it would be super fun, and it's a cool idea, and I want it, but it's not necessarily right for the game, so I decided to not do that. And so You know, Fuse could have gone that direction too with the right character design. I think that was a good idea. Yes, it only has angles straight. It has a small degree straight ahead. That's it. Yeah, think and it touches the feet as well. So it's more like think of it like a half cone. That would be Ghost tent, but more geometric, like a geometric. If you could take a geometric cone and then cut that in half, that would be the tent. So it needs to have the jagged edges so that it can stand out and be easier to see, but also have the camouflage check so that it's actually effective and not just this big thing like I'm over here, you know? Because I don't want the tent to protect him. I just want it to hide him. So it only has like 50 health. It's super easy to destroy. Like if you could stand on top of it and shoot down, and that 50 health would almost never affect the damage per mag. So like realistically, you could shoot right through it. Like it's not something that you have to wait for him to stand up in. It's not something that you have to like walk around and go in his line of sight. It would be too easy to flank though. I mean, like, yeah, like it. If Ghost is going to get the ability to hide and go prone and be at range, then I think it would be a good idea for that ultimate to be easy to destroy and easy to kill him through. And so if you mean like it would be easy for the enemy to flank Ghost, then absolutely. And yeah, maybe it'd get easy to spot with practice. I mean, but like it's more like Mirage is easy to spot when you're within 5 meters because it has all the like the hollow stuff starts to show up and things like that. And so that was where the cameras would need to come into play with Ghost, where within that 5 meter area, like the hollow like things would show up, but like from a distance it would be almost indistinguishable, right? So that's why now that we have the camera idea, the cameras would now pair with the ultimate tent just fine, so that if there is someone too close to you, because this would also make it a requirement for Ghost to put the camera on him and on his back, instead of being able to just like let people walk over him, so that at range it's easy. Yeah, and the camera watches the flank. Yeah, exactly. So the camera would watch if someone's going to come up behind you, or you can take the risk and maybe they see the hollow disc and maybe they don't. Some people don't know about the 5 meter range with Mirage. Some people can't even see it anyway. And so, you know, there's visual ways to nerf that tent within certain distances, so that it can be effective at range and hide him from other snipers, but not hide him from the CQB playstyle. And that would be a way that he gets, you know, balanced through combat versus having to, you know, not make him a legend. And personally, like, and it's again, this would kind of go into the same, like, is this legend too campy? How are they going to use this legend? This legend alone can't just be campy the entire game, right? Because they would need a Loba, or they would need, you know, they have to move around the map to get the loot they want. Because Ghost has no intrinsic ability to be able to pick up loot. So they have to roam the map. They have to go do things. They don't get to just, you know, do this from the get-go. So there is going to be at least some window where he's going to be easy to get to and easy to do, because his abilities have no combat use in CQB. Like, he is purely a range dude. Hey, Me the Gamer, what's up, dude? Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Even though this is, like, definitely not your content. Maybe his tent is more clearly seen with 6, 8, and 10 zoom. Maybe we could give the tent like a glint if it was ADS'd on, but like that would be like the last possible change. Like if for some reason Ghost is super OP, then I would give him scope glints when ADS'd in his tent. That's, or just his passive is that he gets scope glints, you know. That maybe that's, you know, as a way to nerf him if I absolutely had to, but I wouldn't really want to do that, because if it's easy to see with high power optics and it's easy to see when you're close up, then there's almost no point to his kit. Like the whole legend is shot at that point, because if he can't hide at range and he can't hide close up, then there's a very thin window when he's actually useful. So I don't really, you know, I don't want it. If I have to nerf him, it's close up. Like he can't be the kind of, like, you know, close range bush camping legend like that. That's never going to be okay. But allowing him to hide at range, that has a lot more utility. And so that would be something that that it would help nerf him in the final ring. That way he can't just like ult out and like not be there. And then it would help him in the early ring where he can like maybe sit down, grab a Kraber, grab a Sentinel, and take some 200-meter shots and do some damages, maybe get a couple assists or something. Like this is the kind of legend where he can provide sniper support with his team. If he's got a really good team, then he can be that kind of like, stay back, like especially in rank, to have a ghost could be super helpful, because if you have a team of 2 that can more than handily, take on, 3 people with assists from a sniper, with a good enough sniper, then that could be huge. And he can be played, frankly, quite a bit like Crypto. If 2 ghosts facing off was a battle of who sees who first. Exactly, and that is what would happen. 2 ghosts would be at range, who sees who first, and to be able to have that laid back sniper support legend that would pair super well with Crypto. Like the synergy between him and Crypto could be off the chart, because Crypto can throw in the drone to slow them down, and the drone has the same range as a lot of snipers, right? 200 meter range on the drone. So Crypto can throw his drone at like 150 meters easy, pop off his ult, give everyone that stun effect, and then Ghost can have that sniper shot to land that headshot, get that knock, and then with an Octane, that now everyone can push in, right? Everyone can push in. And so Ghost and Crypto can be like hiding off in the corner and stuff like that. Also, he should have a Rampart passive for snipers where he starts with a sniper scope on snipers. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Because of my buffs to snipers in general, they're going to be a lot better. And being able to get an optic on that right away is going to be a little strong. So I don't know about that one. I also give Rampart a passive to like just carry more ammo. So Rampart's passive, because this is the thing where I want Rampart to be more of a support legend than just defensive. So shifting her into a little bit more of a support role with letting her carry more ammo and stuff like that, that would the sniper buffs make it better. Yeah, the sniper buffs make it a lot better. Like if I didn't buff the snipers and we didn't fix the muzzle velocity, we didn't fix the time to kills, absolutely, like his passive would be just getting like being able to find or like get sniper stuff. Like if it was possible to make it so that he always landed on sniper loot, I would, kind of thing. Or just have him start the game with a 6x and an extended mag, or something like that. Like that'd be a thing for sure. But because of my buffs to snipers, that'd be way too broken. People are already going to call my snipers broken in the first place, so I don't need to, I don't need to make it worse. Because it's just different than what they're used to. Like when the bow came out and the 30-30 came out and they started getting hit at range consistently, and they're like, oh, the bow's OP, the 30-30 is OP, blah, 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 blah. And the TTK was actually never that good. The issue was, 1, people could actually hit headshots, and 2, that the muzzle velocity was so much faster than everything else in the game that they were getting damaged at range way more than usual. And the only way that they could do that damage back was if they had the bow, because every other gun in the game was so much worse at range than the bow. So that's what made the bow OP, is that the only counter at range to the bow was another bow, because nothing else could be used because it was all so much slower. Got any more defensive stuff against broken snipers? I think I do. Rampart would be a huge counter, like already. So Gibby and Rampart would be essentially must picks for people that don't like getting sniped. Rampart especially, she would have amazing counter sniping abilities, because her shields can't get killed. Because the DPS of the snipers is still slow enough that by the time the crouch wall has like 500 health, there's no time for a single sniper to break that. So it would have to get team shot. So if it was just one sniper, Rampart's an easy like plop and go kind of counter to that. So that would be a thing. And the typical Gibby and Rampart combo of dropping down the dome, setting up the walls, and then getting ready for that counter shot. If the sniper is going to really like stay put, then that's going to be a huge thing already as well. I wouldn't say that Ghost is more of a counter sniper. I don't think I would go that far. He's more of a sniper versus a counter sniper. He could be a counter sniper if they don't know where they are, where you are. But if someone knows where Ghost is, there's nothing Ghost can do about it. And that's the intention. I don't want Ghost to be able to do something about it and stay at range. That'd be too OP. So that's kind of where I have him right now. But so that was my fuse idea that we talked about. And then let's go ahead and write Ghost down. We had a slight issue with saving this because of how I saved it. I wanted to see how much of this document was just for what's currently in Apex versus like what my changes were. And so it went from like 6,000 words to like 4,000 words and like 2 pages less. I think the problem with thinking of buffs while not being a dev is that you can't playtest. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I would do anything to playtest these changes. I would really love to playtest these changes because I'm not just changing legends. I'm changing muzzle velocities, time to kills, mag sizes, reload times, item changes, loot pool, like everything. Like basically enough to be like Apex 1.5. Like that's enough of what I'm changing in Apex to where it's basically Apex 1.5. And I would love to playtest these changes. I really would. If I ever get the chance to, that'd be fantastic. I don't think if I got to, I'd get to tell you. I'd probably have to sign an NDA to say like, hey, by the way, like this is OC. Don't expect it in Apex, and then just have to lie to you guys and get to playtest it, which would be great for me. And I'd do that in a heartbeat. I'd be more than happy to not stream this content and get to make it than do that. Really, this is more of like a resume of like how I would do this. If you ever need playtesters, please take. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if it's something that I can take to the public and be like, hey, Apex needs game testers to playtest changes, then I would love to do that through the Twitch community. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure Respawn already has a trusted network of playtesters and likely wouldn't recruit through Twitch. So if I do get in that position, I'll do what I can. But I hear you about how cool it'd be to playtest. Playtesting games is really cool. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that, but that is where I would like to start. Frankly, I like getting to play a game, getting inspired by it, and making changes. That is what I like doing. Like everything that I've done on Apex, I've genuinely enjoyed doing, and I would like to keep doing. Maybe not on Apex, but definitely on other games. And so to be able to, especially Battlefield, like I really feel like, and you really want to get into the industry, yeah, I think it'd be fun to get into it as well. I want to try it out. I want to see if I like it more, and see if there's a way for me to like it more and learn more. Like just listening to Brian talk, I'm learning so much more to make all this work way more impactful. And to be able to sit down and talk with people and bounce ideas and do all that, like I love that shit. Like to be able to go in a room with whiteboards and just be like, hey, what do we want to do and why? Like that, I would spend every day just going like, hey, how about this idea? How about this idea? How would this get bounced? Like I'd do that all day. I really would. And I love whiteboards too. I've got like 2 of them in my office. I write on them all the time. Yeah, that's kind of the dream. Yeah. So to be able to do that, man, that'd be cool. I'd be into that. And I'm not much for coding. I'm not much for computers, but I know what I like, man. And I know that a lot of other people miss those old games too. And I would really love, like the whole retro comeback and stuff like that. Like, yeah. That's the retro comeback for a lot of those other games. Like I weirdly enough, I feel like it's time for that in the FPS genre. I really do feel like this new Halo coming out could be that amazing, beautiful combination of old and new. You want to learn how to code in college? That would be a good thing to do. I have no idea how to code. I never really had an interest in it. I tried in high school and I couldn't do it. Coding was not for me. So I won't ever be that kind of developer, but a creative lead, a conceptual lead. Yeah, it's a very in-demand skill for sure. Yeah, coding is never going to go away. There's always going to be there will always be a need for coders. Um, and so that is something that I would like to do, because I can take the creative vision and stuff like that and help shape it, keep Legends on, on task, focused, stuff like that. Like that's what I'd like to do. And in any concept of that. And the new Battlefield games, man, I would love that. If Respawn ever wanted to make an old school Battlefield game that just felt fucking awesome, I would love to do that with them. Like I would very much like to take on that project and work with other former Battlefield fans that remember Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3 and make a game like that again. Like what apparently Dice LA is working on. Apparently for 2042, Dice LA is working on a quote-unquote love letter mode for the new Battlefield. And I am very interested to see what that is, because that may be exactly what I want. But if there's one thing that I miss in one game that I have never played another like, it is the DLC for Bad Company 2, the Vietnam expansion. Of all of the things that Battlefield has run out of ideas for, the fact that they made another World War II, another modern day shooter, and that after the massive success and amazingness that was the Vietnam DLC, that they didn't feel like it was worth making an entire game based in Vietnam. And I know Call of Duty basically just did that, and it'd be really weird to release a Battlefield version of that, but we all know that Battlefield does it way better, right? Like Call of Duty just put out Cold War, but if Battlefield put out Vietnam the same way that they made it in Bad Company 2, Cold War would lose all of their players overnight. It's just better. It's just so much better. And I miss it, man. If I were you, I'd try being a leader for a GMTK game jam. If you know enough about drawing, then you'd be a fine lead. I can't draw for shit, man. That's why I do photography. I can't draw at all. If my hands could draw, I would not be a photographer. Making a game is no program. Exactly. And I'd like to do the non-programming part. I would like to do the non-programming part of gaming, because that's what I'm good at. That's what I've always enjoyed doing. So I would very much like to make a Vietnam Battlefield, because the jungle maps that they made were phenomenal, beautiful, fantastic, with all the way that they played, the way that they looked, the cover, the foliage, just everything. Their decisions that they made for not having aerial combat on some, if not any of them. I don't think any of them had jets on them because they weren't big enough for that. But to be able to redo them with the jets and like be able to like throw in like the napalm runs that they did in Vietnam and everything, like they could have gone way bigger with what they did, and what they did was already perfect, right? And it was mostly infantry. And if there's one thing that I will never forget, it's the goddamn Hueys. For anyone who ever played that DLC, the Hueys in that DLC are fucking legendary. And the shenanigans and antics that you did with those helicopters that had like no health, like there were some that had like they had so little health, which is realistic, by the way. Those Hueys got shot down all the fucking time in Nam, but those Hueys had such little health that I destroyed some with a handgun. Like there were some that wouldn't leave me alone, and so I destroyed them with a 1911. And then the other just feeling of running through those Vietnam maps in the jungle and with an M60, and just that big heaviness that it felt in that big like thud 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 thud, and there was just a Huey flying by and he's circling you and he's got the minigun, and actually I don't even think it was a weaponized Huey. I think it was just a passenger Huey, and so you could get like an M60 in the Huey and you could like go around like getting people on the ground with your minigun, or you could be on the ground with your M60 shooting up at all the Hueys and they just crash around you. It's just everything, man. Like I think it's difficult to make a great experience. Yeah, it is. Yeah, making a great experience in a multiplayer shooter is really hard. Like one of the things that I remember Brian said is that like balancing something on paper is easy. Like making a game that feels balanced and looks balanced on paper is one thing, but actually making a game balanced is so much worse and so much harder. And it's so much easier to fight AI like that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, giving because the main thing that people love about shooters, and the things that I love about shooters for sure, is that kind of that power dynamic, and getting in a position where you can overwhelm and strong arm multiple people, right? That is something that is that's look sought after in FPS, especially the campaign. I mean, think back to the Modern Warfare 2 campaign. The entire campaign is you being this superhero that can just do anything and everything. The Titanfall 2 campaign is kind of like that too, apparently. I've never played it, but I've heard similar comments where you're just like this rando person, and then 1 hour later you're doing Titan stuff, So that kind of like power complex, and that's not that to be that one person doing it all, that one man army kind of thing. That's something. Playing Metro X is just the right amount of killing power with a perfectly weak health bar. Yeah. So that's the kind of thing that's really hard to do, and so like hardcore mode in Call of Duty or Battlefield does that really well, where you have the potential to take on all these people, but you also have no health, and that's something that I always really enjoyed playing as well. But even just to do it in core mode, I think Battlefield did it fantastically in core. I think Call of Duty typically does a pretty good job with that as well. But a lot of that tends to mean short time to kills. And so it's fun to one hit headshot then duck behind cover. Exactly. Yeah, and that's something that Apex is categorically not. Apex is not that fast. Arcade shooter. It's trying to be something so much different than that, and it's not that I don't like it. It's just that I would like it to be a little bit more like what I prefer. That's typically where most of my grievances with Apex come down to, is that it's not quite there. I think the best way to make weak health not regen and make getting hurt, careful. Yeah, that's typically the best way to do it too. Like in Call of Duty Hardcore, you don't regen health, and Battlefield Hardcore, you don't regen health, stuff like that. And then there's ways to reheal that health. Like there's the stims and there's the med crates and stuff like that. And so it becomes more of a team focus in Hardcore as well. And that's definitely a great way to do it. But if to get back on Apex is that's just not what Apex would ever be. They're not going to be that low health game, and low health is realistically what makes people be able to take on more than one person. And so with all this, with the massive health that you have in Apex, but the regen is just so common. I think it doesn't add. I think it does. I'll just to stay with you on this for a second. I like both. I like hardcore and I like the standard game mode, because in the standard game mode I get that refresh button, because I can have a close call and still be the better player, come out on top, and then not have a massive disadvantage because one guy almost killed me. And so in sometimes I do like that, and sometimes I like the extra challenge, but typically that's after I've learned the game. That's after I've put in 100 or so hours that I run into that game mode. But there are times when I run into that sooner, because I like using handguns, and handguns are a lot better than that. I got to go. Yeah, go to bed, man. You're good. It was nice talking with you as well. This is actually what I've been missing with these streams. I like having people come by and chat with us. We didn't get as much work done in the hour that we've been trying to do this, but we got to engage with the community. We got some feedback. Knowing that you like my changes to Fuse is fantastic. So thanks for coming by. Appreciate it, and we'll see you around. And hell, maybe you can help recruit people to the cult in Boom stream. Maybe not, not too self-promo-y, but maybe like be pointing out like, hey, Boom, like you should check out his content. That's kind of cool. But yeah. Anyway, just to prod it a little bit. But have a good night, man. I'll see you around. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. And I'm gonna get back to work on rewriting the people. But yeah, if you do it, you don't have to keep it low key. Don't definitely don't tell him I told you to do that, because that'd be bad. But we gotta grow the cult. But anyway, go to bed. We'll keep going with our guy here, because we need to rewrite Ghost. Can you? Thank you. We need to rewrite Ghost. So, Ghost. So we're rewriting Ghost, whose passive is. Okay, let me scroll this up for you guys. That way you can see that, and we'll scroll this up a little bit so you can see that too. Not used to having chat so big. Sorry, guys. The passives. Oh nope. Hold on. There we go. Passive. Well, passives or passive? Passive. Oh, passives now, because he's recon again. It's passives, plural. He's recon again. So the Iron Lun's passive to give him less idle sway, which isn't really a huge thing except for snipers. For those of you that don't know, there's not a lot of idle sway on pretty much any gun except snipers. So this is pretty much his passives only snipers. Like, there's not really a lot of idle sway in the first place. I think LMGs could use a little bit more idle sway. I need to check that out again and see if there is idle sway on LMGs right now. There probably is, but that would be something worth looking into, just to really add on to the cons of an LMG. Without having to do the damage. I don't want LMGs to have bad damage. They do have worse time to kills than everything else that I've made so far, but I don't want them to just be like super blatantly bad and only capitalize on reloads. I do want them to have some viability on their own, as a, you know, a formidable weapon in their own right, but still beaten fairly easily by a skilled close quarters player. But definitely becoming the clear choice at extended ranges between the mid to mid lawn, and then leaving ARs to dominate the close the far close to mid range kind of ranges. That's where I would like them to have that extra bit of shine and polish, where they kind of already do now, but it could be better. So the passive is Iron Lun's, which is a 50% reduced idle sway. Whoops. There we go. 50% reduced idle sway when crouched, when idle, crouched, or prone. Again, we want this to not be while moving. Movement would immediately turn this off, because that's not the play style that he's going to have. Now that he's recon especially, he cannot have anything too strong that's movement based, because that would take him away from the recon class and put him more toward assault. And this is not a legend that we want doing well in close quarters, so any kind of movement would be bad. We want him to really struggle up close. That's a counter. Same way with Rampart. The counter to Rampart is getting close, because her walls just effectively go away. The time to use Sheila and all that is too high. Like, up close on an unprepared Rampart, there's almost nothing she can do. So this would be a similar situation with Ghost, where unprepared up close, Ghost is just fucked. Like, that's what we want to shift from. And this was where we left him before, where he was support, and he was kind of shifting in more to the support of close and long range support, versus now putting him back on recon, because like we mentioned, we had someone else had an idea for like static cameras, and so I liked that idea. I'm refining that idea. I'm changing that idea a little bit and kind of making it more of my own and making it fit Ghost. So that's what we're going to do for that. So his tactical currently is deploying a one-man cover fairly quickly to stop quick assaults with low health, and then that's going to be changing to the static camera that will pair much better with his ultimate. Right now, Ghost's ultimate and tactical are very individual, and they don't really give him any sense of character or cohesion. They're both cool abilities, but not necessarily good together. So this camera ability is way better for that. He also is going to be getting recon, so there's that. We're gonna add that on, and then we're gonna move on to his tactical. And his tactical is you know what are we gonna call that? What are we calling his tactical? Crypto's is eye in the sky. You know what? We can call it fly on the wall. Eye in the sky and fly on the wall. That'll be an interesting little dynamic there. So we'll do that. So fly on the wall. A lot of specific details that need to go in with his cameras here. So this is going to be a hot minute. So Ghost deploys. It's going to be several cameras that are attached to knives. So the design of this is that there is the knife, there's the blade rather, that sticks into the surface, and then the handle has a camera. And so that's something that would do that. We also, it would be nice if this tactical also doubled as a throwing knife. That would be ideal, because it would allow him a lot more utilitarian use and give him a slight defensive ability up close. But like they mentioned with oh, Sir Trace, what's up, dude? How would you feel about a 8-second health regen similar to Halo shields that would start to build after 8 seconds without being hit, and then regens over 2 seconds? Unless you get hit, then reduce the loot table by taking out healing items and Phoenix. I think this could reduce 3 Ps and time trading at higher risk. Well, they did have that LTM. If you want to remember the big domes that they did, that LTM was definitely trying out that mechanic, and I didn't hate the LTM, but I think that's where it belongs. I think that belongs as an LTM. I don't think that that's a change that I would make, specifically because of both how it would definitely it would make Apex a bit more like Halo, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But Halo's about to come out, so making them too similar to Halo is going to lose some players for sure. Second, the backpack changes were pretty important for Apex, and they like those changes. They like the attrition system that they just put in. And so taking out syringes, medkits, shield cells, shield bats, and phoenixes is 5 items that are basically must-haves in your backpack. And that would require an entire rework to the backpack system to make it the same percent. Not shield cells or bats. Okay. Just healing. Okay. Still kind of the same issue here. And ring damage comes to mind. Heat shields are a thing, but removing syringes and medkits would make heat shields a must-have, and it would also make zone damage like completely fucked. So again, that LCM did handle it fairly well. I think they reduced the zone damage as well in that LTM to make it not so deadly, but I do think that they've definitely been playing with that idea, and I if there is a chance of that happening, it would have to be very far in the future. I think that's probably what they would do if they ran out of ideas, you know, or at the very least if they wanted to add a new game mode. I think that's, you know, if eventually we get a full-on game. Like I mentioned before, if this was basically like Titanfall 3, and Titanfall 3's multiplayer had like that game mode, you know, in their multiplayer, and then also had Apex and stuff like that. Kind of like the old COD games had those like three distinct things. They had the campaign, the multiplayer, and Spec Ops. So I think realistically, what they might be doing is playtesting that game mode for, you know, maybe a different multiplayer game, kind of like Titanfall 3. And then, you know, Apex would just be that add-on of like, hey, you know, this is Spec Ops, you know, kind of thing. Like if it was a Call of Duty game, and then the campaign, like traditional and stuff, so on and so forth. I think realistically, if it was a respawning mode, that would be huge and super cool and not a problem. But for a battle royale with the attrition and the focus put there, I don't see it being the new version of Apex. But that was an LTM. It was kind of interesting and fun and all that, but I think if that would require a lot of changes to Apex to make that work without it being you know, too gimmicky per se. Kind of like, you know, for me personally, I feel like Deadeye Tempo is kind of gimmicky and doesn't really do a whole lot. I think Shatter Caps is kind of gimmicky, doesn't really do a whole lot. As concepts too, like Apex just didn't need those things. They could add one more healer and have lifeline heals to be more direct or aim based heal. Yeah, to deal with zone damage. Yeah, I actually I've been working on a new support legend, but support legends are hard to make. They're very finicky to not make too similar to each other. So that's a rough one for sure. I do think they need more healers, and I do want to make one. I've been trying to make one, but it's a difficult task for sure. Getting a healer just right is hard, and even with lifeline, you know, lifeline has been an interesting one to balance, and she's, you know, essentially been getting outgrown by Apex. Now there's so many other legends, and there's so many better abilities that even lifeline's getting a little bit, you know, little bit weak in comparison. So it's kind of healers are rough because if they're too OP, then they're a must pick, and if they're too, you know, too ineffective, then they're kind of like, well, why are they there? But it's better to have a healer be why are they there than broken. So realistically, if I had to pick between having, you know, shitty healers or fantastic healers, I'd pick shitty. Because having a must pick for healer is even more frustrating than having a bad one. So we'll have to see how that goes. But also nice to see you through. Do you mind me asking how you found the channel? I'm trying to grow as best I can, and I don't think I've seen you around or in other streams that I've been active in. So if you don't mind, I would love to know how you found us. Because I know I'm pretty far on the list when you look up Apex by category. So especially for the desire for original content for Apex, it's got to be even lower. So Hassan's chat. I don't remember Hassan, but okay, cool. Saw you in chat works. Yet another reason to be active in chat. I'm already pretty active in chat anyway. I like to crack a lot of jokes, so I'm typically pretty active in chat. I make a lot of puns, so if there's someone with a name like mine that was making a lot of dumb puns, then it was probably me. But if they weren't making dumb puns or giving you game data, then it probably wasn't. That's the two things I do. I give game data and I make puns. That's so. If it wasn't any of those two things, it was not me. But anyway, so Ghost Tactical Fly on the Wall. This is knives that have cameras, but to go back on what Sanchi was talking about in Boom Razzle stream, if you want to check out another stream, Boom Razzle did a stream today that covered some stuff here. That's his name, and Brian on the Rocks is a developer, and also like Sanchi Moto is a developer. Both of them stopped by Boom Razzle's channel, and so Sanchi was in the chat and Brian was talking. there was a moment around 3 hours into Boom stream where they were talking about legends that Boom and some other content creators designed, and then they got Brian to give feedback on those legends. And so he gave some awesome feedback, and I'm using that feedback that he gave them to alter and edit my own legends. And then on top of that, Sanchi was talking in chat with some other people as well, and he mentioned that having surveillance items per se that travel around the map is not great. Like from a game development perspective, it's a huge performance issue. All that kind of stuff. Might have been Trunks, the stream. I don't think I know Trunks either, but yeah, you probably, it must have been someone's stream chat. Let's see who of the people I follow. Sanistis and White Kitten. I was active in their chats recently. Boom, I'm active in his chat fairly frequently. Hey Jimmy, I was in his chat for a bit. Who else? Ho-Hum. I if you know Ho-Hum Didity, I've stopped by Ho-Hum. Thalantor. He plays Tarkov. I'm been active in his chat recently as well. So those are some other streams you might have caught me by. But anyway, so I would love to have Ghost's camera knife also be a throwing knife, but it runs into issues with how that would code. And so I think what might be able to work is if it had surface detection. Like if it could tell that the knife was in a player, the camera part would never activate. And then if it could tell that it wasn't a player, then the camera part would activate, kind of thing, and then it wouldn't do damage. And so that is something that I would, if it's possible, I'd like to do. But otherwise, if I had to pick between it being a camera and a throwing knife, I'd pick camera for sure, and just have it not do damage to players, or not stick to players. But if I could do both, I would love to have this knife camera also be a throwing knife and do 20 damage when hitting the player, which is 10 more damage or twice the damage of being hit by a grenade. Direct impacting someone with a frag does 10. So to have a knife be less than a melee but more than a grenade, 20 seems like a pretty good reason, pretty good area for that. Yeah, it would be cool. If I had to pick between camera and knife, though, I would absolutely pick camera. And so his camera is going to pair with his ultimate, which is a tent that he goes prone in, and has a holotech to hide like Mirage. That's his ultimate. But his tactical is going to pair with that, where we had in that Boom Mazzle stream, so one of them made a legend that had static cameras and stuff like that. So I'm going to be kind of finishing that idea per se. He didn't have a lot of details on how the camera would work, but that he wanted a static camera, and so I'm going to adapt that idea and give details for how I would like it to work on Ghost. And so we need to get into specifics, so just for me, having a knife camera isn't enough detail. That's not good enough here. I need more than that. So the blade is going to stick into the surface and the handle has the camera, and so we need to think about how many we're going to give him. But before we think of how many we give him, we need to figure out how effective we want them to be. So the first stipulation is that these cameras are more of a tripwire. They're dual function. That is the main purpose of this, is that they're dual function, and so there needs to be a button combo for pulling out the tablet and for throwing a knife, and then with the cooldown is going to make this interesting. So we may run into an issue there, but Crypto can manage it. But yeah, it's a little bit different for Crypto. I can see why they went with the Crypto route for this, because already thinking about a knife on a cooldown that you need to pull out a tablet for, that disappears if off the object limits. There's going to be some cases of people throwing a knife trying to pull out the tablet when they just want to pull out the tablet. And so I think the easiest way to fix that is to make the tap the tablet and the hold the knife. That's the easiest way, and that would help it be something done slowly and not quickly. So that would be probably the way that I would do this, is have the dual function be tap to pull out the tablet, and then hold to use and throw a knife, and then just release would throw the knife. That's that's pretty easy. Knife. And so the dual purpose of the camera would come into play this way, where and when the camera is not, well, rather not when the camera, when the tablet, rather, this is the stipulation, when the tablet is not in use, the camera is a tripwire. So not necessarily that tripwire meaning that's if a player enters the line of sight of the camera, they are not highlighted. Okay. Both players, or rather both players, well, rather not both players. The enemy player will get the detected icon. The team, sorry, the ghost team will also get the detected icon. Well, yeah, it needs to be the player. I was debating on if the whole team on the enemy team should get that detected icon, but because of how Ghost will get played, it needs to be the player. Well, then, which also means that to keep it balanced, the Ghost will get, yeah, Ghost will get it. Okay. I'll read that in a second, bud. I gotta get let me get my thought out, and then we'll read through your thought too. The enemy player will get the detection icon as well as Ghost. That would be better. So this is phase one. So phase one is that the icon is popped up, and so if Ghost is not using their tablet, then it's just a tripwire. It's just like, hey, someone's here, you better pay attention. The second phase is that when Ghost is using the tablet, then the enemy player, player or players will highlight just like Crypto's drone. And that's the other stipulation, is that if he's on the screen, then it works, which is a little bit different than Crypto's drone, because you guys know Crypto's drone will passively do the same thing within that 30-meter AoE, and I think we'll give it the same 30-meter range as well as Crypto's drone, just to keep it on par with that. But the other stipulation is that Crypto can never go AFK, and there's always that audible noise of the drone. The reason why I don't want to have it be just like the drone is because these cameras will be small, they'll be hideable, and they're passive. So I can't have it be anything too strong like that. So Sir Treese, to get into your comment here, it could have an AoE post scan, almost like Sova in Valorant, then allow the camera to retrieve banners instead of line of sight, so people could shoot. Okay. And allow the camera to retrieve banners instead of to retrieve banners based on line of sight, so people could have to shoot it to stop the retrieve, so that the camera aspect would be more situational, so he could possibly stay out of the tablet for as long as possible. So yeah, so that's going a little bit further than I was thinking. So for how the camera would be designed as like a throwing knife with a camera on it, to make it that kind of like universal stick kind of camera, then that is not quite what I'm thinking. And then on top of that, the 30-meter range is going to be something that would, in order to make the design of it work, think of the range as a cone. So it's a conical range. Oh, how do I I guess I forgot how to spell conical. Conical? Oh, there we go. Just it's a conical range. So what this means is that that the camera, if spotted, can be avoided because there's there will be a, depending on, or actually, you know, if it's too high, or rather if it's high enough, yeah, your idea is much more unique. I think what I said would be too similar to crypto. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Was that your idea is too similar to crypto? It's cool, but I think crypto does that really well. And so, in order to help Ghost get more uniqueness, like you said, or more individuality, then it would need to be a different play style to crypto to give it anemone. God, Jesus. Validity. God, my God. Aluminum. For the love of Christ. Speech impediments are fun, guys. And then, yeah, in an anonymity. Exactly. Every time I do that, especially with like L words, like vowel and L words, I always think of Anemone from Finding Nemo, and then the Parks and Rec episode where Andy goes to London with Ben, and there's the prince, or no, not the prince, the lord that's like super rich and like knights them and stuff like that, and he says aluminum, or aluminium. He says aluminium, and then Andy is like aluminum, you know, to say how they say it in America. Like that's what I think of when I do that. But anyway, so the conical range is important on the camera. To get back to the details, the conical range is important because the angle and steepness of that cone will dictate the if there's enough width before like, if you think of it as that cone, there's going to be a point where the height of the cone is the same height as a character model. And so depending on the rate of which the cone expands, the closer you get to the camera, the smaller the angle is, which would mean that if that rate is slow enough, then there will be a place for players to crouch under the camera or jump over the camera without tripping it. And this is why the shape of that camera, that camera's area of effect is important, because giving it that conical view, that the way that it goes out, it means that if you see the camera before you cross that plane, then you can avoid it. What it also means that because it would be a cone, that or it could be a semicone. It could be a semicone, because then it could be a flat wall. Because if it wasn't a semicone, then you might trip it before you cross it, and then that would really annoy players. So if you thought of it as like a half cone, then that would be the most ideal way to do this, because that would well, really, it wouldn't be more of a half cone. It would be more of like a sliver of a cone, like an angled, like what would be the best way to describe this? Corner of a triangle, I guess. It would be a triangle, basically. It would be a triangle. If it was like a 30-degree triangle, a 30-degree right triangle, that would be the best way probably to describe this. No, actually, can you have a 30-degree right triangle? I don't think you even can. I don't think that's a thing. If you have two right angles, I don't think you can have a 30-degree on the top. But anyway, the point being, it's a shape, okay? It's a shape that's narrow at the close bit and then wide at the far bit, so that the closer you get to the camera, you can then duck or jump over it without triggering it. And then Ghost, has a counter to that, and that ability can be countered off of playstyle and off of like looking, versus it being this like thing that you put down and there's no way around it. That's kind of what the point of this is. So a 30-meter range, canonical, which means that the camera, conical range, which means if the camera is spotted, it can be avoided. If it's too low or high, really can be avoided. This can be done by crouching or jumping over the camera. That's basically it. That's what I'm trying to say, is that there will be a range very close to the camera where even a fortified legend would be able to crouch. Maybe not fortified, but basically the point being is that there would be an area for those players to crouch or jump over it. And so that would be something that people who use Ghost would need to know for sure to make sure that that's a thing. Anyway, one sec, guys. Okay. Right. So that would be the. Oh, so talking cameras. Throwing. Obviously, I'd love to have it be a throwing knife for 20 damage as well. I'll write that down just in case that can be a thing. It could double as a throwing knife. For. Oh my god! Did it again. Knife for 20 damage, if possible. I know Sanchi had commented that having things that are a camera and moving around is not great, because one of the things that he wanted, who was it? It was Moki. No, it was the gaming merchant. The gaming merchant wanted the camera to stick to players and be like an accessible camera on a player, and Sanchi was like, that's not going to work. We can't do that. So there's that. He could also have something to disrupt other scans, something that makes the highlights from other scans pixelated, similar to the HUD effect when you're stunned by the drone, to give him more utility and a counter to other info activity and preemptively. He could. I did actually design Dexter as that. I have Dexter's tactical as a pulse that comes from his centerpiece. You know how they Respawn just did that whole trailer and announced that Pathfinder's a dad and that there's another Pathy that they made from Pathfinder? I actually designed a legend that is already fucking perfect for that, but it won't be the case because they already made that legend. But if I could have been let in the door in time, I actually designed Dexter here, which is a detail erasing X-ray tomograph engineered for the reorganization of data. And Dexter is a robot like Pathfinder that could very easily be Pathfinder's son, quote unquote. By the way, best part of that video was Pathfinder being like, I have a child. Like, that was fucking funny. I loved that. But Dexter is a robot that I designed as a counter to Bloodhound and other intelligence and other intelligence legends. So his passive was to let him see an extra ring of the survey. So when using a survey beacon, he could get an additional ring location so that he could see up to round 5, not round 6, but up to round 5, which is the second to last ring. I also had Dexter as fortified to make him a big boy because we need more fortified legends. So I was thinking like this big like Iron Man, like Hulkbuster Iron Man suit kind of robot with the centerpiece that activates and sends out like an anti-EMP pulse kind of thing. And so it would have a 4-meter radius with a 15-second cooldown. And inside that 4-meter radius, cooldown 25. Yeah, so cooldown 25, a 15-second effect with a 4-meter radius, and that area of effect would be spherical and affect your teammates. And so it would actually, Crypto's EMP would counter this and silence it for 8 seconds. But what it would do is it would remove digital threat sites and digital threat technology. So Bloodhound would not work, Digi-threat optics wouldn't work, both sniper and close range, that kind of thing. So if you needed to actually like straight up hide your team in Bangalore smoke, you actually could do that because it would counter the Bloodhound's ultimate, it would counter his scan, it would counter Digi-threat optics, like it would be like a legit hard counter to everything for 15 seconds. And that is what I designed Dexter's tactical to be. And so that was his purpose. So to let him be yeah, you like that? Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool too. So anyone within that radius would be immune to digi-threat detection. Sights just wouldn't highlight the enemy. Crypto and Bloodhound would get a visual indicator that there is an error in scanning if Crypto is using his I also give Crypto a digital drone threat passive. So I let Crypto toss his drone on his shoulder and give him personal digi-threat for everything as a Crypto buff with the same range. And it's destroyable and all that kind of stuff. So same old Crypto drone, but I give it a little bit more use. And then Dexter's ultimate I call Big Brother because I have him call in a dropship that's been repurposed for surveillance, and so I give him like a 175 meter thermal camera. And so he gets like 6 seconds of a thermal camera with like stupid range, and that can be canceled. And it would take 4 seconds to link and call into the map like a dropship. And then the camera is player controlled, has a thermal range of like 100 meters or so. And then anything without that would just be that kind of, think of it like MW2, like AC-130 kill streak kind of thing, where it's like that black and white thermal. So, white hot within like 100 meters. The dropship would be like super visible, right? So like using it would give away your entire position. Like you and your team would be completely screwed. Like if you use this and there's a team right around the corner, like you're fucked kind of thing. Could you zoom? I wouldn't give it zooming. I think zooming would make it too broken. So I would just give it, well, you know what, it would have to zoom at least a little bit. I wouldn't want it to be like this massive like 10x. I think at most in playtesting it would be like a 2 or a 3. I'd have to see what that looks like, but realistically, yes, it would likely zoom like a little bit, but it wouldn't be a whole lot. It would have to not be a whole lot. Or I would, in order to avoid zooming, reduce the range of that, and do that a little bit. But realistically, no, I wouldn't really want it to zoom too much. The other benefit of it not maybe zooming, would it be like highlighting on the mini map? So to be able to give like non-directional highlights for your team as well, that would be pretty big. And so I have it being a 7-minute ultimate, so like super long. Like this is something that like you're not gonna get like early enough for it to not kill you unless you use accelerants, because I want accelerants to have a place in the game. So making some of the ultimates longer so that you actually need to use them without like it just being useless, then yeah, that's what I have as his ult. I likely need to rework this. I don't think that that Respawn would use this ability. I like it, and it's a cool idea, but I'm not certain that this is something that would get greenlit. I think I need to rewrite Dexter a little bit, but his tactical I love. I would like to ship his tactical, but his ultimate is something that I've been struggling with. So this is it for now. I don't hate the idea, but I think it needs a little bit more of a tweak. And so it is a strong ultimate at a huge cost, but I'm not certain that that's where it needs to go. So we're going to try to work on him a bit. And he's recon, so there's that too. Getting more diverse recon legends would be dope. I might shift him to support with a different ultimate and get rid of the foresight, scanning the extra survey beacon. Because that, I do like getting the extra ring, but frankly, if we had to keep Pathfinder on recon, which I don't want to do, I would give him this. I love his movement passive. What? Oh, that's the the. Okay. Um, but I love his movement passive. That would really help him be playable as a big boy. What was his movement passive? I don't think I have a movement passive for him. Which character was I reading? Oh, this one is Boomy. This one down here is Boomy. This one is Dexter. Dexter doesn't have a movement passive. The slide and double jump. Yeah, this is Boomy. That one I need to rework for sure. I like her, but she's a little shallow right now. I really need to work on that. But I do like the movement base and stuff like that. She'd be a really cool legend, but I think she needs a little bit more work and love to get her not so memey and trolly. She's gonna be very very like bitch you thought kind of thing, and I need to make her a little bit less of that, which is rough with her kit. Frankly, I might just need to scratch her. I might just need to scratch Boomy altogether and make a better version of her. But we'll see. And Dexter is close to that too. Dexter and Boomy and Kristoff are my three weakest. I really need some more work. Interesting concepts, but not quite there. And Navarro and Ghost are my two like definitely like thought through perfect like I want to ship kind of legends. Especially now that Ghost has this camera tactical, that with his ultimate, he's done. Like I'm not going to change him after this. He is fantastic. I love him. Don't need to change him at all. So him as this on recon could be perfect. I could give Ghost the extra survey beacon. I could steal that from Dexter and give Ghost the extra survey ring up until round 5. I could do that because that would help give him a bit more power and make him more of a team player. Because the only issue with Ghost right now is that he is a little selfish, right? The cameras kind of help, not really. His ultimate doesn't do any damage. It's really kind of just for him. It's not for the whole team. So to help him be more of a team utilitarian player, he could probably use the extra ring location, and then that would also tie into him as a solo player so he can get set up in like the best possible spot. And that, frankly, would likely fit in with him the most out of versus Dexter. And Dexter I could even take off of recon and put onto support. And I could even mess with his kit more that way. And that would open a bit more abilities as well. So I think I like that idea, and I'm gonna roll with that. So I'm gonna give him recon, but I'm also gonna add on an additional passive, or not an additional passive, but a stipulation to recon where he also the ult would be harder to code to prevent players from clipping through corners. You'd have to prevent him from popping near walls. Which one? The Dexter's ult or Ghost ult with the tent? The tents. Okay. Would be to prevent players from clipping through corners. Yeah. Yeah, he the same way that you there's the hit detection with rampart walls. It would be super similar to that. So that would kind of have to be a thing. I think the ultimate might be some the additional concept for the ultimate was something that he would like immediately use. But I think what it might need to be is something that you place and then interact with to get into, and then interact with to get out of. That might need to be the route that it takes. I did want interacting out of the tent to destroy it. That was the goal. So I think in order to fix that issue that you brought up, the ultimate would be something that he would place while standing, and then you could then either choose to go into it or not choose to go into it. But your ultimate wouldn't recharge until the tent was destroyed, and then the tent could take ring damage to make sure that it goes away, or the tent could just have like a 3-minute timer, you know, to help with that as well. That way, if he didn't get a chance to destroy it and had to leave, he wouldn't like not get his ultimate for the rest of the game because he didn't destroy the tent. So for it to take ring damage would help with that, and then for it to also maybe go away after 3 minutes, that would be a good thing as well. So maybe more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes realistically will probably be enough. But if I let him see the next ring location, then 3 minutes won't be long enough. But also I wanted to have crouching out of the tent or just leaving the tent in any form to destroy it. So that was the plan for that. So if he goes in the tent, then it's not something he has to worry about. But if he has to place it and then leave, then yeah. But yeah, I was thinking in my mind, I was thinking that it was going to be almost like a cloak that he just threw over himself. The tent being larger would fix my issue. Yeah, so the tent was going to be a little bit bigger than him. I was thinking kind of Harry Potter as well. there was the first version of this was like it was something that he did like pull out of his backpack kind of thing and then just went prone already, so that it wasn't something that you could place down and walk away from. I did initially intend it to be something that once you hit the buttons, you went prone. That was it. Like you hit the buttons, you're down, you're there, and then you can crouch out of that to break it. That was the initial use for that. But like you mentioned with him clipping into corners and things, it might need to be more like a rampart wall. But the initial version of this was just something that he would go into and crouch and immediately go prone. And then he could stay in it as long as he wanted to. And then if he had to leave it, it would break and do the thing. So that was the initial version. But if that didn't work, then we'd have to, you know, again, like have it, give it a 3-minute cooldown, let it be something placed like a rampart wall, so on and so forth, and make an animation for that to do all those things. So that was the initially. I would like it to be more of like a throw-on cloak. But if that's too buggy, too glitchy, doesn't work in the game testing, then the previous solution would be ideal for that. I was really hopeful that I'd get through all 5 of the legends I had designed in this, but this is going to be another episode. There's no way that we engaged a lot and had a lot of ideas to talk about. So this is going to take longer than I thought. But let's at least get through Ghost and maybe Navarro. I think I might have time to get through Navarro if we do this really quick. So that was, I think let's recap here with the tactical. So fly on the wall, Ghost deploys several cameras. How many cameras? I think we're going to give him 2. Deploys up to 2 cameras. Up to 2 cameras that are attached to knives. Blade that sticks into the surface. The handle has the camera. Dual function. Tap to pull out the tablet. Hold to use and throw a knife. When the tablet is not in use, the camera is tripwire. Blah blah blah. Line of sight. The enemy player is detected. Both enemy and Ghost get a detection icon the same way that Bloodhound does when he uses a scan. The second, but not like the full-on digi-threat like we talked about. This isn't like only if he's in the tablet, then it turns into Crypto's drone, and they stay highlighted as long as he's in the tablet. And we'll likely have like a 3-second cool-off where he can open the tablet, put it away, and get 3 seconds with that still being a thing, like a mix of Crypto and Bloodhound. Bloodhound gets 4 seconds, by the way, in case you're wondering. The second phase is when the tablet's in use, just like Crypto's drone, 30 meters, conical range so that players can spot the camera and avoid them by crouching or jumping. The camera would double as a throwing knife for 20 damage. It would be, stack of 2, cooldown of 35 seconds. If longer cooldowns, because he's not supposed to be using this a lot, the long cooldown will make using it as a knife like not ideal kind of thing, but usable if needed. Deploy times can be messed around with, but because they do so little damage, a fast deploy time really won't matter. And the range of the knife is something that I've talked about before with Tadashi, who is not on this document because Tadashi wasn't quite finished. But Tadashi was a blade, edged weapon specialist that used a katana to deflect things and throwing knives. And then his ultimate needed work. I couldn't quite think of it. His ultimate at the moment was like a 20% movement speed increase and throwing knives. That was his ultimate currently. He needed a better tactical. But yeah, Tadashi's cool. I like Tadashi, but he's not finished. He needs a lot of work. So it's gonna. I think I need more ideas to mix with him to get Tadashi in a good place. But that was him. And then I have another one that I gave a meme name of like Brother Maynard, who's basically just like a joke on Monty Python. So there's that. And his ultimate's like the holy hand grenade kind of thing, and it's dumb, but. I had fun with it. I didn't really finish them, but I ran out of jokes, so I stopped. But there were a couple. So there's that. So that's Ghost Tactical. The ultimates. We're kind of just gonna be copying this down because this ult's already pretty fucking legit. But let's double check. Ghost ultimate ghost prone. Yeah, camouflage. I think I can just copy. Yeah, I can. There we go. Camouflage. Oh, by the way, Sir Treese, this other thing on my right, the not blacked out one, this is a PDF on my Discord server. So there's that. I should have mentioned that sooner. But you can actually read the rest of this document. Oh, sorry, that must have sounded horrible. After the stream, if you want to read ahead or read the legends that I'm not going to get to today, in that Discord server under Apex and the like PDF versions and updates, that tab, this guy is right there. So you're more than welcome to go check that out, as well as other like actual like legend changes. Oh, for sure, yeah. So this has changes to Caustic, changes to Bangalore, changes to Bloodhound, changes to Fuse, Valkyrie. Basically every legend of the game has changes. The loot pool has changes. Loba has huge changes. Crypto has huge changes. Rampart, I give Octane a new passive, kind of like PUBG. So if you play, yeah, thanks for the heart, man, I appreciate it. Everything ranked changes. The actual Discord itself, not the document, but the tab for the updates has info for more updates on top of everything in here. A new knocked player system, a new supply drop weapons, replicator, rework, healing time changes, huge loophole changes, like everything you could possibly want about Apex fan reworks is here. There's not a thing in Apex that I didn't make a tweak to, so it's all there. So that's the rest of this document, as well as the full thing on Dexter, the full thing on Boomy that I'm not going to get time to go into, the full thing on Kristoff, which I'm not going to get into, which I think I'm going to turn into Forge. So there's that. And then Navarro, which I don't think I'm going to have time for, but Navarro is dope. She's really cool. So we're going to work on that, and then we're going to finish up Ghost today as well. So there's a lot of stuff, man. There's also streams, by the way. If you want to watch the streams on my Twitch, if you want to have that document as the finished one, if you're not hired in fixing my game, I'm a riot. Dude, tell that to people, man. Tell that to everyone. Please don't stop saying that. We've got a Twitter as well if you want to stop by there. But there's also on my Twitch, there's a collection. There's two different collections. There's a collection that goes over the creation of this document to the right. So I have a version that I made in January that I altered live on stream to get to this point. So there's 5 episodes covering that, spanning just about 13 hours. And then there's a new series going on right now that I'm taking a break from, where I'm going over the weapon meta and how I would change the weapon meta. And that is about 30 hours long right now. And I think some of the early episodes are about to expire. I think today or tomorrow, if not today, I think today is the last day to watch the June 9th stream, and that was the very first one. So if you want to watch that one, I'd go do it now. If not, I think tomorrow on my YouTube VOD channel, they're going to be releasing daily. So if you want to catch up, if you can't do it today, go to that YouTube channel. There's 2 YouTube channels. There's the regular YouTube channel, which has Apex tutorials. There's the second YouTube channel, which is the very top one, the VOD channel. That will be getting all of the VODs going over weapon changes starting tomorrow. You're gonna get one every day starting tomorrow for the next 5-6 days, and then everything else will be caught up on Twitch. So you're welcome to check those out as well. It's a lot of stuff. But you said to both? Oh, for sure, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, that's and don't forget to leave a follow here too. That way you can come back. I don't think you're followed here. You might have a while ago. But if you're not followed here, then definitely follow here, because we will be going over the gun changes for sure. You are? Okay, cool. I'll tell you what, because you're so excited about that, I'm going to give you a sneak peek at this Excel document, because it's massive. And we go over creating all of this. So this is the muzzle velocities that I've been working on right now. So this is the actual meters per second. This is that converted into a time. And then this is little cheat sheets that I made to figure out what would be good, average, and bad at all those ranges. And that's for every single gun in the game. as well. This is going into mag sizes, damages per mag, mag counts, extended mag counts, extended round mag counts, reload times for regular and extended, because I'm going to have extended be longer. Right now, extended mags make it faster. And then this big guy that we made is a massive chart that goes over the headshot. Wingman needs a higher muzzle velocity for sure as of now. Yes, everything is getting a faster muzzle velocity in my build, so do not worry about that. More specific ranges and faster velocity within those ranges, and then basically kind of trailing off to what it is at the moment. That's what you can expect through my muzzle velocity changes. So faster within effective ranges, slower outside those effective ranges. That's the key takeaway. If I could put it in one sentence or one phrase, 2 sentences. So this big Excel document is headshots, body shots, and limb shots. More drag, yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of more drag. Not quite more drag. I think if anything, it's actually less drag. But the overall, the muzzle velocity in Apex is so slow that if I kept the current drag model, it would feel almost the same at range, but it would still be faster up close. So I didn't have to change the drag model too much. I need to double check that to make sure, but I don't think I did. That's a spider. Anyway, this big chart goes over all of the comparative time to kill stuff. The Battlefield 1 style, a curve higher velocity than a steep curve after your effective range. That actually wasn't about velocity. That was about damage. Funny enough, I'm a huge Battlefield 1 fan. That was the sweet spot of range where it would do enough damage to one-shot that player. That was a way to get one-shot body shot in Battlefield 1. That was to counter the traditional headshot only. So that model was to let certain snipers have certain ranges where a one-shot body shot was able to happen. That's what that was for, not velocity. That would be too weird if it was a sudden increase and then decrease in velocity. It would be impossible to learn that curve. It'd be so hard. Because you'd constantly be wondering how far away that person is, and it just wouldn't quite work. So, that was damage. But yeah, so this is basically how that would how the weapons, like, basically from here on, everything kills slower. You know, like the shotguns I need to change. I'm changing the bow pretty hard. My changes to the bow gives it built-in shatter caps, and then lets the precision choke come back into ground loot, and then let the choke come into play, where using the choke while ADS gives you that solid arrow again, and making it more like the triple take. That is kind of where I'm taking the bow check. So to let it be that fast rate of fire up close with like shotgun damage can compete with shotguns as like the worst shotgun, quote unquote, and then moving into like kind of like the worst AR, quote unquote, because of the versatility it has. It can't really be too strong in both categories. So that's how I would fix the bow to make it useful and kind of not just like this weird thing that doesn't quite do anything. So, you know, it's an interesting mechanic. I also put it on sniper ammo. The arrows is just too much. It's cool. It's realistic. I like it. It's a fun mechanic, but it's not worth creating a whole new ammo type and hurting the loot pool for one weapon. And I don't need to see more bows and more arrow weapons in Apex. So I'm happy with the bow check being the only one. I also like would prefer for us to just go on sniper ammo and handle that there. I think that's just kind of the right call to go. I'm assuming that they already did that, by the way. I'm assuming that Apex already had it on sniper ammo, didn't quite like that. But I think initially, you gotta remember the bow check was at like 48 round stacks and snipers at 24. They ended up nerfing arrows all the way down to 28. So if anything, like if I was the guy that designed the bow, I'd be fucking pissed, because the whole reason they didn't put it on sniper ammo was because of how small the stacks were, right? Like they didn't put it on sniper because they didn't want it on 24 round stacks, and now because of the community bitching, it's at 28, which is 4 away from sniper ammo, which completely defeats the purpose of them putting it on fucking arrows. Like they did all of that work to help the bow have a higher ammo count in stacks,
and now because of the community, it's the fucking same. Like, if I was the guy that made that change, I'd be so fucking pissed. But there it is, you know? All that work is out the toilet because now it stacks at 28 instead of 24. It's I don't know, man. Like, that for me, man, like that's gotta hurt for the guy that put all that work in on making arrows and like the logic behind that, and then for it to just go to 28 anyway. Fuck, man, that that guy is probably so fed up with Twitter, like. Goddamn. Anyway, so this is like the category of what beats what kind of thing, and there's still more detail to suck out of this curve, but that's kind of what we're going for here. And so this is like, you know, what we made, and so some of these forms were already created, and so the streams would have been more than 13 hours if I had to create all these spreadsheets from scratch. I had a previous balance already, basically 85% done, that I was working on, where I was comparing everything, you know, giving everything values and making sure that at each health value of my rework that, you know, the guns were changing in the meta the way they needed to, stuff like that. Like, before the 30-30 was a thing, I had designed the PK slug in order to replace the PK in the care package, so that the PK could come into ground loot, and then you could have a slug variant of the Peacekeeper go into the care package. And then they made the 30-30, and I was like, holla fucking lula, holla fucking luya. This is my savior. And then they did the charge mechanic, which I didn't want and didn't do on my PK slug. And so, and they made it, you know, low damage, fast rate of fire, which I didn't want. I had it doing like low rate of fire, 67 damage, more like a triple take, which they ended up putting in the care package after, which made me laugh even more because the PK slug that I made was basically a single shot triple take. And then they put the triple take in after making the 30-30. Like, it was a whole roller coaster ride, basically, that they ended up doing exactly what I did, but they did it in a different way. So I just thought that was funny. It made me laugh quite a bit. That's where they ended up, and that's what I did. So you know, the first episode, we started the whole thing over again, and we went over and we went into like, okay, what makes guns, and then what do we want those guns to do based on what type of gun they are. And then we went ahead and made a list of what we're going to balance as if it was that type of gun. So we have the L-Star being kind of this AR LMG combo, the Bowcheck being this shotgun AR combo, the Wingman being this AR pistol combo, and so on and so forth. And then we've got the 30-30 being a care package triple take right after a headshot nerf was a little harsh. Yeah, probably, but you know, it is what it is, man. I kind of fixed a lot of the stuff that I didn't like anyway. Honestly, no. The Spitfire was never broken in my opinion, right? And I even have on my YouTube channel a video that I made to the tune of Dr. Seuss saying that the Spitfire is not overpowered. You can go check it out. It only has like 3 views, but I thought it was pretty funny. I put a lot of work into it. I put a lot of work into the script. The actual video is just a frame of a Dr. Seuss book that's, you know, copied over the whole thing. But the script itself, I wrote as if it was Dr. Seuss explaining that the Spitfire is not broken. And that was before the nerf that put it to this time to kill. Because it used to be 1.45 seconds, now it's 1.62 seconds or something like that. So this was before the nerf I made this video, because even before the nerf it wasn't broken. So that's kind of like where I'm with the Spitfire. So I is only good as an early game item just because the max says, yeah. So the Spitfire gets its strength from the enemy needing to reload. That's why people bitch, because they miss their shots, they have to reload or switch weapons, and then they get killed because they were bad. That's why the Spitfire wins, is because you were bad. Okay, so the reason why it's so frustrating is because of the 9 rate of fire. The Spitfire has a very high rate of fire. And although it's one of the slower rate of fires in the game, it's only 1 shot per second behind the flatline. It's realistically almost the same as a flatline, just easier to control. And this is where people consider the Spitfire overpowered, is not because of the time to kill, which is behind the flatline and the R301 and the R99 and the Volt. It's because it's just a better flatline. it's so similar in rate of fire. It's got better handleability, better recoil control, everything. It's just a better flatline. Overall, worse time to kill, but better flatline. And so people think of it as this, noob gun, when it does take some skill to make work. And even if you're up against an unskilled player, yeah, sustained DPS, perfect. That's exactly what it is. And so it has the best damage per mag out of any gun in the game by far. And in my version, that's still the case. I don't take that away from the Spitfire. But what I do is reduce the rate of fire to 6.5. So it goes from being almost the same as the flatline to noticeably different than the flatline. 6.5 gives it like the slowest full auto rate of fire in the game, which it should. I think of the Spitfire like I think of an M60, but right now it has the rate of fire of an M249. Well, not really, but that's kind of what to make the the comparison. The M249 has a crazy fast rate of fire. It's nowhere near the M249, but it's not close enough to the M60, which is literally by name, it almost is. The M600 Spitfire should basically be an M60, but it has a rate of fire of 9. That's too fast for an M60. The rate of fire shoots like, the M60 is like 3 or 4 shots maybe, like that's traditionally in video games at least. The M60 is typically like 3 to 4 shots a second. I'm having mine around 6.5, which is probably a bit more realistic, but I reduced the rate of fire to 6.5, which also means in order to not have a complete shit time to kill, I have to increase the damage per shot, which means the damage per shot ends up at 24, like 24, 26 to the body. And of course I reduced the headshot multiplier, so it's not crazy to the head either, but I have my Spitfire at 26 damage to the body and 6.5 to the head, to the rate of fire, which gives it a time to kill of 1.37. Now, in current Apex, 1.37 would basically be tying the R301. But in my version of Apex, the Spitfire is right here, and the R301 is right here at 1.19. The flatline is 1.10. I was on Team Helix and scrimmed SYM and Elevate a lot back in Battlefield 4, so feel free to keep using those kinds of references to explain. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, I think of the Spitfire as an M60, and in order for that to be a thing and not have a shit time to kill, it means higher damage per shot and slower rate of fire. And also what this means at the 6.5 rate of fire is that the ability for the Spitfire to hip fire and kill quickly is going to go away, because at 6.5 versus 9, with it means that although it has a fantastic time to kill, the impact of each missed shot is going to go through the roof. So if we want to look at the time to kill difference between 7 and 8, it goes from 1.37 to 1.53. And that's just from missing one single shot. And so it's losing, 160 milliseconds per shot. I think 160 milliseconds. If not 170, 160. It's losing 160 milliseconds every shot that it misses, which is way worse than the flatline, way worse than the R301, right? If you want to look at like an R301 that's missing only one shot, you're looking at 1.11 versus 1.19. That's 80 milliseconds. Almost negligible, but twice that difference at 160 for the Spitfire, right? Which means that when you're hip firing this gun and you're missing 3, 4, 5, 6 shots, it is going to be so much worse up close in time to kill, because even though you're getting more damage per shot, you're not landing nearly as many, and so you're spending more of your mag missing, which also, by the way, because of its increase to damage, it also gets a decrease to mag size. So the mag size of the Spitfire goes down to 25 on spawn to give it 650 damage per mag and 42 extended to keep it at that 1,000 damage per mag extended. But it also means that you have a 7-shot kill, yeah, but now you have a slow rate of fire. Now you can't miss as many shots per mag. And now missing those shots is going to severely impact your time to kill, where missing a shot means making a headshot or two to make up the difference and reduce your shot to kill. So the Spitfire gets to stay this awesome, strong weapon and usable, but it finally gets a skill curve. And that's what the Spitfire's been missing, is a skill curve to that hipfire shooting. And so this essentially is going to rework the Spitfire into a more skill curve, high, ranged, high damage LMG instead of that up close spray LMG that it is right now. So that problem gets fixed. However, that problem gets replaced by the Archimedes 10. So this is a weapon I designed to basically turn the R99 into an LMG. That's kind of the beauty that I've made. I made the M60, the M600 Spitfire, the M60, and then I made the M249. So I couldn't help myself. Okay, I need an M249, that high rate of fire, low damage. Like, oh god. So the Archimedes does 7 damage per shot. It's a 26 shot kill against purple armor, right? So, but it has a 19.5 rate of fire. So, so it is even faster. It's even faster than the R99. The R99's at 18 shots per second. The A10 or the Archimedes 10. A10 because of the A10 Warthog and the beautiful gun that's on that plane has a 19.5 shots per second rate of fire. So it fires a whole nother shot and a half per second than the R99. But it's a 26 shot kill. So it is a stupid number of bullets to shoot someone, but it means that the time to kill on that A10 is 1.46 second. It goes burr for sure. Okay, the A10 is gonna be it's gonna be scary as fuck. It's gonna be like Sheila, realistically. Imagine Sheila, but does 7 damage per bullet. Like, that's kind of around what that is. I think Sheila might even be faster than 19.5. But this is basically like, this is going to be Rampart's new best friend for sure. Like, so the A10 has a 75 round base mag, but remember, it's a 26 shot to kill. So that 75 round mag, although it's fucking huge, doesn't mean a whole lot when you're spending over a third of it to kill one player. So it's that high because it needs to have the damage per mag to be an LMG. So it's less damage per mag than the Spitfire and less than the Devotion on drop. But it's bigger because it does 7 damage per bullet, so it needs a bigger mag. The extended mag is 100 rounds, and it will have a longer reload. But again, it's less damage per mag than the Devotion and the Spitfire because this is a more forgiving LMG. It has a better time to kill than the Devo if you're not pre-firing because they take away turbo. It has a worse time to kill than the Spitfire, but it has that potential, like the Spitfire, to be used up close as a hip-fire gun. But doing that, it's going to waste so much ammo. Like, imagine, like, if you think the attrition system was bad now, using a light gun with a 75 round mag, yeah, borderline impossible to get 2 kills on purple players without a mag. Yeah, borderline impossible. Well, technically no. Like, well, yeah. So like, 2 players with purple is 400 damage, or actually in my build it's 180, so it's 360 damage. So 525 is enough to take out 2 players. I don't think it's enough to take out 3. Because 180 times 3 is 540. So it's not enough to take out 3, but it is enough to take out 2 if you're being right with it. But in my opinion, LMGs need to have that. It wouldn't be an LMG if it couldn't at least take out 2 people fairly comfortably. So to go from 525 minus 180, 360, that's 165 damage fairly comfortably with this high of a rate of fire. Like you said, it is going to be really hard. Borderline impossible, but still possible, but borderline impossible because 165 by 7 means that it's 23 shots, basically. You'd have 23 shots left over to miss, and 23 shots with a 19.5 rate of fire means you can be off target while firing for just over a second. So, borderline impossible to take on 2 people without a mag. Still possible, but almost impossible. So that is like, that's a really big balance point for this gun, is that it could happen, it could, but it probably won't. And then even then 700 damage, right? 700 That's 7,000. 700 minus the, can you please, the 360, that leaves, can you please, thank you, 340. So that's comfortably around like the twice as much. You know, you can miss half your mag at extended and still kill 2 people. And for the trade-off of a longer reload time, I think that's gonna be worth it, especially because it would be a significantly longer reload time, like at least a second longer. Like LMGs typically you're gonna have around a second longer for extended mags, at least, maybe even 2 seconds longer base mags than their base mag counterpart. So that's going to be the balance point there. So that is kind of where I take the Spitfire and turn it into the M60, and then I kind of make a more dependable version of the Devotion, where it's like the Devotion is kind of basically trying to be that M249 kind of style weapon, but it has that ramp up. And so I let the A10 be that dependable, tried and true, and can beat the Devotion in a straight up fight. But what you want to remember is that the Devotion can pre-fire. So if the Devotion has already used that 800 millisecond period where it's ramping up the rate of fire, then once that's already happened, the A10 and all of these other guns here on my highlighted area, everything from here on will lose, because the Devotion with pre-fire, with that 800 millisecond ramp up already being used, has a 1.25 second time to kill, which beats out the Hemlock, Wingman, Havoc. If the Havoc didn't pre-fire, the Spitfire, the Bow, the A10, the P2020, the 3030, the G7, Flatline with Anvils, triple takes, all the snipers. It beats all of that. But what it won't beat is the L-Star and all that. So in your version extended adds reload, yes, because I want extended mags to be reasonable. I want them to do something while also costing the player something. I think right now in Apex, there's not enough depth to looting. Looting is very gimme, very like, oh, I see this, I'm gonna take it. There's not really a lot of thinking with looting. It's just pretty colors. And so I would like to shift away from pretty colors and more into like, this is going to impact my gameplay. Because right now, all of the loot benefits you. It's just preference. It's just finding the time to give you what you want and what you prefer, not really like adding on to the experience of a battle royale. And so that's something that I really like about PUBG, is that those attachments mean something. You know, you can either choose the suppressor or you can choose the compensator. Would it be long enough to give players the option to fast drop the mag in a 1v1 to decrease the reload situationally? I think yes. I think yes, that it would be a long enough difference for players to make that decision. And that also goes into what my decision was with SMGs, is that my decision with SMG mags was that I wanted it to be the case where the R9 can, you know, have that 22 round mag off drop with a 14 shot to kill, which is actually lower. It's a lower shot to kill than currently. Right now, it's more along like the 19 shot to kill, and so I take it from a 19 shot to kill to a 14 shot to kill. And so you need less of your mag to hit, and so it's going to make it easier to use without the extended mag, so that the base R9 is already good without an extended, and then that extended bumps you up to 30, giving you the option to basically, you know, to technically take on 2 people. Like, because of the 360 mark, the R9 could technically take on 2 people. It likely won't ever do that, but it could. And so the trade-off with the R9 is that there's that skill ceiling with it, where are you the kind of player that is accurate as shit and is going to always be reloading and peeking from cover, or are you the kind of player that hip fires and is out in the open? Because that's what this comes down to, is that the R9 can either have that small mag, fast reload, fast time to kill, and have that like that skill ceiling of, if you use it right, you don't need the extended, because you have more shots to miss in your mag, right? And it's more like a blue level mag starting off with, and then like an extra like red mag with extended. That would be the best way to explain it currently. So if you think of it, of the R9 having that blue mag off the bat where you don't really need it, but if you want a longer reload time, then you can have that extra, like, I know I'm going to one clip this guy. Like, you won't have that, you know 900 millisecond time to kill because you're missing too many shots, but you will have the, I know I'm not going to have to reload. And that's the part where it becomes that choice of the R9, is how do you use it, right? Are you hip firing and not getting the best time to kill possible? Or yeah, I think that'd be cool too. And that so that's kind of that trade-off with the R9 is that, are you going to hip fire it and sacrifice time to kill for one clipping, or are you going to, you know, stay true and true, get the best time to kill you can and be as quick as possible, and that means taking a smaller mag size, and that's going to be a way that I think would really punish and balance the R99. And I take that into account with all of the SMGs. So the Volt does the same thing, where at range, it's that kind of like, you know, I give the Volt an 18 round mag because it does 17 damage now. So it gets an 18 round mag off drop, but really fast reload. So that if you're not using it at range and you want to use it up close, which it will lose to everything else. Like the Volt will lose to the Prowler and the Alternator, which I put in the care package, and the R99. So the Volt will lose up close to all the other SMGs, but the Volt has the best range potential. So do you want to use the Volt and get that smaller mag size up close until you can find the extended, and then use the extended, and then suddenly get, you know, fantastic range potential with the bigger mag capacity? And that's kind of yeah, like the energy weapons should be. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too. So there's that too. And then to get the Prowler back and have the Prowler be that weird mix of the Prowler having that medium time to kill between the Volt and the R99, having, you know, a fantastic mag capacity, you know, off the bat, because it gets that 300 damage per mag, which is better than the R9 and around the same as the Volts. And then with extended, it gets even better than the Volts because you can shoot for longer and do more damage per mag. But the Prowler doesn't take a barrel stabilizer. So the Volt can have better recoil, but the Prowler can have better mag capacity. So the Prowler kind of turns into this middle of the road, close range, multi-enemy SMG, while the Volt becomes that ranged SMG, and the R9 becomes that single enemy, quick time to kill, snap to target SMG. And lets the three of them kind of become them, you know, go back to their identity, basically. Because that's kind of how those guns have always been used historically. You know, the Prowler was more than one person, the R99 was one person real quick, and the Volt has always had great recoil control at range. So that's where I let them kind of flesh that out even more with their mag capacities, while balancing extended, you know, longer reload times, because like we said, like the Volt should never be a replacement for an AR. And right now you could run Volt R99 all game, every game, and you'll be just fine. But now having that extra reload time to get up to that bigger mag capacity is going to make the R301 or the Flatline or even the Havoc a more alluring option, because of the extra damage per mag and the bigger extended mag with better range on top of that. So it's going to really kind of come down to that niche playstyle of which you prefer, while also letting all those guns have a similar enough time to kill, because, you know, 1.19 versus 1.06, that's really going to kind of come down to where you are and what range you're at and who shot first, not necessarily what gun you were using. And right now, the Volt will kill in 1.18 if you land every shot. The R301 will kill in 1.34 if you land every shot. So there's a bigger gap between the R3 and the Volt. So I shrink that back down and everything. So that's kind of where this went. And I did all this live, by the way. So if you want to, you know, see the making of this sheet, then there's like fucking 30 hours of content going over all of that. And, you know, the choices that I made and stuff like that. You'll probably be yelling at your screen a little bit because I made some bad choices, then went back and fixed them. So, you know, it should be engaging, to say the least. And there's that. And I even went through and like did this too. Like, this is a big part of this rework, is like graphing those velocities out to make sure that it looks the way that it's supposed to. So to know when I have stuff that's close together, these are like the reworked values of the SMGs. So this I can zoom in on a little bit more. So like to reinforce in the muzzle velocity what we were talking about is letting the Alternator be like that best all around like kind of SMG because it's care package, and then the Volt has the muzzle velocity to stick up for it. So this is where the Prowler and the Volt, the Prowler being the green one and the Volt being the dark blue one here by my mouse, this is where even though the Volt has a slightly less damage per mag extended and non-extended, it has a much better velocity. So hitting those shots at range will be easier with the Volt than the Prowler, to really help reinforce the fact that the Prowler is that middle of the road average multi-enemy gun, and that the Volt is that, you know, single target ranged, you know, gun that, you know, allows you to miss some shots but still get that knock. And so this is where those guys are going to come into play a little bit more. And then the R9 is this blue line here. I gave it horrible rate of fire. I mean, horrible velocity. Like, you don't want to use this at range. Really hard to use kind of thing. Steep fall off. So like it's a very situational use gun, and it won't really be stretched so easily out to the range as it is right now. And so that's kind of where we're at. So to help clarify this too, this blue line at the very bottom, this is what we would consider like the best possible value at that range. And this is based off of the movement speed. And then the orange line here is what you call average. And then the gray line here is what would be like the worst possible thing. Like, just don't even fucking try. Like, that's kind of where that is. So the R9 by 40 meters is already hitting the don't even fucking try kind of mark. And that's what we're going with here. But what these values are based off of is off of the movement speed in Apex, which is and it's based off of the walking movement speed, not even like the sprinting speed. And the videos will explain exactly why. But the 4.5 second meter per second walking speed is what this is based off of, and how long it takes for them to go half a meter, which is roughly the hitbox size of a legend that's not fortified. And so what that ends up becoming is 111 milliseconds for them to walk across one hitbox, which would mean that, you know, if you shot the very right pixel and they were walking, then you would have to have a bullet speed of 111 milliseconds to hit the very last pixel of their hitbox. So like 112, you have to lead your shot kind of thing. And so then we go into, that would be like the worst possible one, because basically 111 means you need to lead. If they're walking, you need to aim ahead of them, because if you don't aim perfectly on that edge, you're going to miss. So that would be bad. And then average would be 56, half of that, where if you could aim at center mass, you'd still hit. That would be average. And then we went even further to half of that, which was about 33, or I think it was like 20 something milliseconds, but one frame at 30 FPS is 33 milliseconds. So we adjusted this value here. Like you can see, it was 28 milliseconds was half, but we made that 33 to be one frame. We made 56 into 2 frames to make it 67, and we went 111 up to 133 milliseconds, which I think was 5 frames at 30 FPS. So that's where we kind of got those values from. So this would be enough to hit the head and basically land a headshot if you were, you know, on a walking target. 33 milliseconds would be headshot. You know, easy headshot, easy chest shot. 67 would be, you know, average headshot, average body shot, needing to lead for the headshot. And then this at 133 would be, you know, leading for body shots, leading for headshots, that kind of thing. To where at 111 you're having to lead like an entire character model ahead of where they are, so that you can hit them center mass. And that's kind of where those values came from. And then I went ahead and adjusted those values based off of the effective ranges of those weapons. And so so the R99 would have to lead much more within a 5 to 10. It would, well, within 5 to 10 meters, basically nothing would have to lead. 5 to 10 meter range is almost like you're touching them. So I have the 20 meter range being like where the R9 struggles. Like at 20 meters, I have it doing 66.7, which is basically already past if for the 56 millisecond mark of it being having to aim ahead halfway. You know, so within 5 to 10 meters, everything's basically hit scan. But at 20 meters, this is when that comes into play. Dinner. Oh, Carson. Awesome. We'll thank the roommate for dinner. That's fantastic. So yeah, so the 20 meters would be where the SMG start to kick in, and so like the R9 being the worst SMG, it already is doing horrible by 20 meters to help keep it, you know, reined in. And then by 40 meters, like every SMG is not doing great. Like the Volt's at 87, and so at 40 meters, 87 is still within that good to mediocre range, kind of thing. Yeah, so the Volt can still, you know, get some decent range, but it's going to be harder versus when you look at the, you know, these guys, them I need to redo actually. This is already a bit too slow because 40 meters 87 was good, and now they're already close to 87. You know, Spitfire's at 57. That's better, but this was supposed to be, you know, a longer thing, and so this needs to get tweaked a little bit more. We're not done with muzzle velocities yet, but you know, for ARs, like we're starting at 20 meters too. For SMGs, we're starting at 20 meters. I think for ARs we might start at 40 meters to make this flow a bit better, but then we had issues with the maximum range, and we had to deal with the decay rate to make sure that it wasn't losing too much too fast. So otherwise it wouldn't feel realistic, because the bullets would just feel like they just hit a wall all of a sudden. If the decay was too fast, then the bullets would just kind of like feel like they were great, and then like after a certain point they'd just be like turn into like nothing. So you have to have a you know, a fast enough fall off that they lose effectiveness, but not so fast that they just like stop in time. And so that's the balance that we had a really hard time with. And the first couple passes through this, it was like definitely stopping in time. And so the LMGs, we started bouncing at 60 meters because we wanted to really make sure that those LMGs were doing what they're supposed to and letting them be effective at range, so that you don't have all this hip firing that pisses people off, right? Like that's, you know, when people get, you know, hip fire with an LMG, it's because, you know, like they had to, like this is the only way the LMG could compete. But also like LMGs don't have great muzzle velocity in Apex. Basically nothing does. And so nothing's like great at range. And so to let the Devotion be good at range, let the A10 be okay at range, more like an AR, and let the Spitfire be good at range, is going to help them not be used up close, because they don't only have to be used up close. Like if the Spitfire could be used at range more often consistently, then you wouldn't be getting hip fired by it all the time, because it wouldn't be the only goddamn choice. But right now, close range combat is the only goddamn choice. And so DMRs, we start at 100 meters because they need to do that. They're a DMR. That's what they do. DMRs have range. So 100 meters. Snipers, we start at 120. And basically the only two that are on that category are the Kraber and the Sentinel. But everything else would be like marksman level. You know, the Anvils would be around that. The triple take would be around that. The Longbow, the G7, the 30-30 kind of thing. That's where they would end up. And so that's the plan. That's the architecture for the velocities. They need a lot of work to get tweaked. The graphs are a huge help to make sure, like this was way too tight before, but through plotting it and charting it and seeing how it looked, we were able to really kind of flesh this out. This you know, comparing the SMGs to ARs at AR range is going to be huge, to make sure that it's shifting the way that it needs to. But there's a lot more work to be done on this series, so definitely stick around for that. But that's kind of where we're at right now. And then this document here was supposed to highlight how weapons would change over time. In my original run through, I had anvils go on the Hemlock. That is now no longer a thing. But basically, like to help you read what's going on, like here, is that the PK with the choke was like complete trash, and then at 180 suddenly was like average, like, oh, that's pretty good, and then at 200 complete trash. So like it was situational when that gun would outperform other guns in the meta, and that's what this document was showing. So like the EVA 8 with double tap against 140 was outperforming a lot of stuff. Like EVA 8 double tap was fantastic, and then it goes down to just okay, above average, you know, still a good gun, not meta, and then back to meta at 200. And that was interesting to see that whole flow, because against weak and strong enemies it is like top tier, best in the game, but then goes down to just average against moderate health and standard health enemies. And then the PK was exact opposite, was average against you know, high and low health, but against mid and end game super good and super effective, and one of the best guns in time to kill. And that's what I needed to make sure was a thing. But this is an old build, so this is all going to get changed. I have to redo shotguns and everything. So there's that. But like the same thing with a Volt, you know, mediocre, fantastic, mediocre, and then like that data is gone, I guess. And so that was like the whole thing of like showing like what would be like bad as fuck, what would be average, what would be good, what would be really good, and then what was like complete dog shit. That kind of thing. That was the goal of this chart. And then over here is the percent effectiveness, basically, of like and then this is actually highlighting in what ranges that this gun performs the best as well. So you could like have a cheat sheet compared to what was over here. Like it was a whole thing. This is a lot of work to make, and I'm not going to do that until I like know I'm done. But because updating this document's a pain in the ass. So because updating this guy means updating all of these, and all of this is done by hand. So I don't like having to do all that work. But anyway, that's the Excel document. You can watch most of that get made live on stream. But yeah, those changes to the SMGs would really help the pick rates of SMGs and even out the preferred gun choice. The R9 is not just picked over every other SMG. I agree. And the Volt is even like currently in Apex, like one of the top tier SMGs for sure. It has the same time to kill. And even if you plot out current Apex about what would be of like every health value, the R99 and Volt are so close together at all those health values that it almost doesn't matter. And what it really comes down to is how you shoot. I recommend the R9 and Volt based off of individual circumstance. If you're the kind of player that can snap onto target and readjust quickly, then the R9 is for you, because the high rate of fire won't matter. If you're the kind of player that doesn't just barely miss, but frequently misses or starts shooting before you're on target, you have to use the Volt, because the Volt will save you that time. Missed shots will cost you more in TTK, but not as much as a reload. So if you're the kind of player using the R99 and you're pre-shooting, or you're not staying perfectly on target or not barely missing and recorrecting quickly, then the R9 will force you to reload and will get you killed. But if you're the kind of player that can stay on target, ammo choice and availability is mostly the only reason to choose one over the other right now. Yeah, I agree. For players who are proficient in both, then I would agree with you completely. Otherwise, I do recommend what, like I was saying, depending on what kind of shooter you are, would depend on which one you use, because they have the exact same time to kill. The only difference is that the time to kill difference is more noticeable with the Volt, because it has a lower rate of fire. So if you're that's why I recommend the R9 to people that are, very good and just barely miss. If you frequently one clip people with the R9, keep using the R9. If you have trouble one clipping with the R9, you need to use the Volt, because the Volt is more forgiving for one clipping. So that is why I would recommend the Volt over the R9, but also ammo choice. They're both good guns. You should always pick both. But if you can find the one that's better for you, then always make that switch. But otherwise, yeah, it's just ammo. And which one you find first. I pick up both. Frankly, you can run both of them. Running the Volt like an R301, I run Volt 2X all the time. So you can run a Volt with a 2X and an R9 with a Digithread or Hollow, and you can do that every game and be just fine. There's very few times I run into the case where like I needed an R301 over the Volt, and the Volt has Volt 2X is amazing. Yeah, I love the 2X on almost anything is fantastic. I use the 2X on the Wingman too. Love the 2X on the Wingman. I don't use the Wingman often, but I run the 2X on the Volt all the time. The Flatline too. Flatline 2X is fantastic. R301 2X all the time. Man, I'll somewhat hot take. I'll run the 2X on a PK. If you're gonna use the choke, I'll use the 2X. It has the range with choke for that to be merited. So I will run the 2X, especially just to get a less intrusive optic. And for the same reason, I almost never run the Digithreat on the PK. I don't like the Digithreat on the PK at all. So I will either use the 1K hollow, like the HCOG hollow, the square one, or I will use a 2X, because with the choke animation and everything like that, I prefer that. But for how you should be using the PK, I basically only put on a 2X. I'll run like a 2X on a Volt and PK, or like maybe PK 2X and R9 with a 1X. But typically I don't even pick up the PK. I don't use a lot of shotguns. The EVA is worth it if you can find level 3, but I don't even touch a shotgun until I can find level 3 bolt. Yeah, 40 meter. Yeah, it used to be like 50 meters. They nerfed it. So it's more like 25 meters now, but for me, 25 meters with a high enough FOV, that's enough to want a 2x. I don't like having to like look at pixels on my screen. So I use higher power optics sooner than most people because I don't like having to squint. There's plenty of players that are like, you don't need a 2x because you can still see them at like 30 meters, but I can't. So to precision shoot at 30 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters for me, I like a 2x. So for those that can do it with a 1x, totally fine. But I can't. And I don't think I have a high enough refresh rate monitor to take advantage of that anyway. So it's not as smooth for me looking at tiny things at a distance. So I prefer the higher power optic. Anyway, we need to get close to done time. I think this is, let's run through Ghost one more time. Just to make sure everything's okay. So camouflage, Ghost goes prone and deploys a small tent over him. The tent is only slightly larger than the legend himself, leaving a small viewing angle, and touches the ground behind him. The tent has a health of 50. It's destroyed when the legend crouches or stands and uses the same tech as Mirage to camouflage. Cooldown of 75 seconds. The tent can support the weight of his enemies, allowing them to run over him undisturbed. The audio will have the same sound as the walking in a building to distinguish footsteps when used outside. The cooldown will not start until Ghost leaves the tent or the tent is destroyed. There we go. So that's Ghost. That's basically him, one and done, maybe a couple tweaks down the road. I'm sure if Brian has any feedback, then we'll definitely make changes accordingly. But that kind of static camera function in the way that we described, I think that's going to be perfect for Ghost. I'm really happy with that. And we can go ahead and move on. I will go ahead and read over Navarro, but then we're going to have to end. So I'm getting hungry and it's dinner time. So we're going to go ahead and talk about Navarro, and then we'll go ahead and cut to dinner. So Navarro, aka Calvin, this was when I had him as a man before, but I decided that we needed a fortified woman in the game. So I rewrote Navarro to be a woman instead, and I've frankly loved it ever since, and I don't want to go back. So Calvin could still be a little feminine. I'm not really sure. Maybe it could be Caitlyn. We could make it Caitlyn, but like the point of Calvin was to be a pun on Kelvin, the temperature gradient. So temperature scale rather. So that was like why I named him Calvin, was because of Kelvin. And so like if you could make a pun off of that with a female name, then sure. If not, then forget it. Navarro is kind of that like evil, like given name kind of thing, like evil villain vibe, like Caustic. So Navarro just kind of felt like evil and menacing, and like it just felt right. Once I thought of it, I was like, damn, like that's good. I like that. So I was really into that. And so giving it Nefarious, exactly. That's the name. It's nefarious. That's exactly how it was. It's a nefarious name. That's perfect. Thank you. So passive's fortified. So obviously she's going to be a fortified legend to get big girl in there. And now when I say big girl and thick, I don't mean Loba. Okay, like I mean Caustic. Like I mean Gibby. Like she's a big girl. Like let's get some representation there. Pretty much every legend that they put in is either skinny as shit or thick as fuck. And like Boba. Yeah, Booba. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Loba is basically Booba. Exactly. It's ridiculous, man. So let's help expand the representation of women. Not that there's anything wrong with being that, but like also like let's not pretend like you have to be one or the other. There is a third option that's just fine. So there's that. So I was debating with the idea of it maybe being like Caustic's like twin or something like that, or just maybe Caustic's sister or something. If you wanted to have a family tie. I guess I can't pronounce that word today. But I was also considering it being more like maybe like an extra love interest for Caustic, because I know Caustic's really into Watson. But maybe this could be like an extra thing where Caustic like sees a lot of himself in Navarro, and he's pretty narcissistic, so that could kind of work in that angle. But there's that. So Navarro, her passive is Kelvin, which is thermite grenades do less damage, from 4 damage per tick to 2 damage per tick, and the 25 damage initially is canceled. So for those of you that don't know, the thermites do 25 damage if you touch it at all, and then it does 4 damage per second for every second you're in the flame. And so that 25 damage that happens for touching the thermite would go away for Navarro. So it would be similar to what happens with caustic gas, but not quite the same. I don't want it to be a complete hard counter. Yeah, so pushing through it or jumping would be easy, exactly. So that would allow Navarro to have a counter to thermites, and it also works into her tactical, because her tactical is like one big thermite blanket. So her tactical is the floor is lava, and so Navarro places down a molten metal strip that is like a spike strip of hot metal that spews out for 20 seconds, slowly encompassing more area. And so the strip starts off at like 1.2 meters long and half a meter wide, which is long enough to go through a door like a thermite, and wide enough to take up about an entire door as well. Not quite, about half a door. Doors are roughly 1 meter wide, so it would be enough to damage a door and start like making it so you couldn't walk past it in a doorway, but it also would grow to encompass the entire thing. So I would have it slowly spread out at a rate of 0.2 meters per second in all directions, so it would eventually become this really big rectangle that would deal damage in thermite. And so it would have a 16-second timer of it spreading out, and then it would spread out so thin that the metal would cool and then just kind of go away and no longer be damaging. But it would be like this, the floor is lava kind of tactical. And so I give her 2 strips with a cooldown of 35 seconds so that she can have 2 of them for area denial. So like her and Bunker would be even more insane than Caustic, in my opinion, because like she could just like throw her tactical on the stairs, and the only way past it would be like Horizon, Valkyrie, Pathfinder, or Octane. Everyone else would have to either push through it or wait. And so I really like the idea of her and Bunker, or her in like small buildings as well. So I really enjoyed that. But also this would destroy doors, so it's that kind of a give and take. You could put it by a door, but over time it's going to spread to the door and then destroy it. So it's not like this thing that she can just like put down as a spike strip, and it could eventually fill a small room, which would make those small rooms in Bunker where there's only one door, and then you're just stuck in that little like 3 foot by 2 foot room. All she has to do is lay down her tack and wait, and then it'll fill up that entire floor, and there's nothing they can do, and then they just have to stay in that one spot, and then she can just chuck grenades in there too, and then they're basically fucked. And so it would be a really cool counter for camping players as well. So I'm really excited for that, and I like her quite a bit. And so the Kelvin passive would apply. So she would get damaged by her own tactical, by the way. Burn him out, exactly. Burn him out, by the way, one of the best goddamn campaign missions I've ever played. Shout out to Call of Duty World at War. Burn him out was fucking badass. Love that campaign mission. So, but also, this strip would damage everyone. So it would do the 2 damage per second to Navarro, and then the 25 damage to players over time with the 4 damage per second. So it's not super lethal, but it is area denial for sure. No differently than you want to stand in a thermite, you don't want to stand in this. So there's that. This is 1 damage here, but it's 2 seconds up here. So that's got to be changed a little bit. So at full size, the strip will reach 4.4 meters long and 3.7 meters wide. However, by then the strip will have cooled enough that it becomes solid metal and no longer lethal. So by halfway, it's 2.8 and 2.1, enough to flood hallways. Imagine him and Bunker. Again, I need to rewrite this. It's her and Bunker. Doorways would be great. Zipline landings would be great. The train car would be great. Stuff like that. And her ultimate is a flamethrower. So that is Navarro's ultimate. I call it Project Vulcan. That's her ultimate. Also kind of a nefarious name. I really, really love that evil sounding, like Like I almost named her something along that line, but Project Vulcan for me can't be great because it sounds like volcano, you know. So it's like kind of like this little like mini volcano in her pocket kind of thing. So it's like, you know, Project Vulcan. So she has a flamethrower that she pulls out in 1.5 seconds. So it is by no means a quick response thing. This is very much planned, very much like will take time. Is not going to save your life if you need to use it. It has to be strategic. This is like, hey, like you need to do the same thing. So while in the flames, it does 6 to 8 damage per second and ignores armor, which is the exact same as Caustic Gas. Because in my version, I give Caustic Gas a buff. So Caustic Gas would do 6 to 8, and Navarro would do 6 to 8. The flames, Navarro is unable to sprint or slide, so she can only walk, which is the way that this is getting nerfed. So movement speed penalty for sure. So that way people can sprint out of the flame and get away from Navarro. But if they're backed into a corner, you're fucked. Like you have to go through her or you're screwed. So there's that. There's a lot more balance changes here too to make this like not quite. Would make Jin a cool interaction between squads that builds for defense over attrition with Navarro. Yeah, would make Jin a cool interaction between squads that build for defense over attrition with Navarro. Okay, I think I understand that, but if you wouldn't mind explaining that one more time in a different way, that'd be great. But I think I get what you're saying, but I want to double check. I want to make sure we're on the same page. So before I don't want to brush past that because it could be a good point. That'd be cool. So the flames I have extending 8 meters in a cone that reaches a max of 2 meter height. So a lot like what we talked about with the cone shape of the cameras for Ghost. Same concept for Navarro's flames. And so I'd have the ultimate last for 30 seconds or until the fuel is expended, whichever comes first. So if so the flamethrower has 16 units of fuel, which would be 16 seconds of constant flame or tapping flame, and then you would have 30 seconds to use that fuel, or it just goes away. And the whole time, whether she's using the flame or not, cannot sprint, cannot slide, so movement speed penalty. And on top of that, I have using the ultimate cause an additional 15% of damage. So because this is something that's player controlled, because it's mobile, because it can be used to back someone in a corner, I take away Fortified while you're in this ultimate mode to help that hitbox become a penalty. So you have, you take more damage, you can't move as quickly, you can't, and you're just basically a sitting duck in this ultimate, but it is a cool and like effective ultimate. So that's the kind of thing. So, and if you don't use any fuel, then it's 75% refund, because that's just, I like that they did that with Valkyrie. I want to keep that. That's a cool concept. Canceling an ult should just take that kind of thing with it, and also because this is the kind of ult where like if you decide to use it, like there should be a penalty for now not needing it, because I don't want this to be something that you could just like constantly be spamming to that you almost have it ready. That's the kind of thing where like I don't want this to be something where you could be walking around a building constantly tapping and retapping your ultimate. I need that to be a cost, so that way it needs to be something planned out. You can't just like pull it out, not end up needing it, and then go away. How would the interaction with the flames or the strips be with Jin? Wait, what do you mean by Jin? Is Jin a person? Oh, the Watson ult. Oh, okay. It would make okay, between the squads both for defense over attrition. Okay. How would interaction with the flames or the strips be with Watson's ultimate? The strips I would say would have to get canceled out. But the flamethrower I would say would do damage. I don't think the Watson ult would be prepared for a flamethrower thing. So depending on how the game's coded, that might be a bit of a bitch to be able to have a flamethrower that isn't canceled out by Watson's ult, but it would need to not be canceled out by Watson's ult. So if Respawn did want to do this, I would say that's probably a huge reason why they haven't yet, because I could see that being a bitch to handle. So yeah, while active, the fuel tanks on her back become vulnerable, causing her to take 50% damage. I have the flamethrower cooled with liquid nitrogen so that it creates a thick layer of smoke around her waist, so that you won't see jump pads. Basically, like there's going to be like this cloud around you when you're using the flamethrower when it shoots, so that you can't really see where you're walking. To make that another balance part as well, to really kind of hinder her as much as possible visually and movement, with movement, so that this can have that 6 to 8 damage effectiveness, and maybe even end up needing to buffer, right? Maybe this needs to be more like a 7 to 10 damage. I don't know. But situationally, it would still be very strong. It's just also situationally would be very weak, which is like Caustic. So this is kind of where I want to go with that. The flames would be thick and block vision, so it's not something that you could see through. Like if you're shooting this, you're basically blind. So you have to, like, you won't see where you're walking, you won't see what's in front of you. Like it's going to be like this terrifying, like, but powerful, like, like really like satisfying wall of fire. That's going to have many downsides as the user, but also like I want that like old Call of Duty War flamethrower sound too. Like I don't know if you guys remember that sound, but like it was just this amazing, just like low pitched roar of like it's amazing. I love it. So let's see if I can find it. COD War flamethrower. It's just beautiful. Like this sound. Oh, that's for zombies. But this sound is just gorgeous. God, I missed the audio in this game. The audio in this game was badass. Hold on. There we go. Just beautiful. Absolutely love it. That is like one of my favorite, most satisfying flamethrower sounds. That War at War is one of my favorite CODs as well. My top 3 CODs are the first Modern Warfare, War at War, and the second Modern Warfare. Those are my top 3 CODs, hands down. Black Ops 1 was good. I liked Black Ops 1. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not my top 3. Funny enough, I really enjoyed the multiplayer of Advanced Warfare. I was surprisingly good at it. I had a game of gun game in Advanced Warfare that no one won because I had 30 kills punching. I was so good at the movement in Advanced Warfare that I had at least one game I can remember of gun game end on time because no one could get the final kill with the crossbow, because I punched all those motherfuckers off of it for the entire game. There were like 6 people on the crossbow by the end game, and no one could get it because I punched every motherfucker in there. I frequently would have more kills than the person winning, because in pretty much every single game of gun game that I played, I could get more than 25 kills punching. Almost every single one. That movement is so slept on. I wish they kept it over copying Titanfall 3 with bloops. Okay. Over Titanfall with Black Ops 3 bloops. I wish they kept it over copying Titanfall with Black Ops 3. Okay, bloops 3. Oh, that's funny. With bloops. Yeah, bloops was pretty cool. I didn't hate, like, of the things that I appreciated the most from Black Ops was the wager matches. Those were like my favorite things about Black Ops. One in the Chamber is one of my favorite game modes I've ever played. I love One in the Chamber. Especially because it was 1911. If Black Ops 1 didn't have One in the Chamber with the 1911, I would have liked that mode significantly less. The 1911 is like my favorite handgun of all time, and so to be able to do that with in One in the Chamber with the 1911 was just icing on the cake, man. And obviously gun game, like, that's incredible, fantastic game mode, like one of the best inventions COD ever had. But Black Ops took zombies in a direction that I just couldn't follow. I didn't like Shangri-La. Once Shangri-La came out, that was when I knew I was done with Call of Duty. That was the last zombie map where I was like, okay, I don't like this anymore. A Call of the Dead was interesting and fun. I didn't hate Call of the Dead. Wasn't my favorite, but it was interesting and different, and I had a fun time with it. Uncommon opinion. I didn't really like the Black Ops after the first one. Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't even get Black Ops 2. Black Ops 1 was the last Call of Duty that I bought until Advanced Warfare. I got bored with not playing Call of Duty. I came back at Advanced Warfare. Actually had an amazing time in that multiplayer because of the movement. I got really good at that game and would stomp the fuck out of people. And then I put that down until World War II. That was the next COD that I bought. Took that back in 3 days. I hated that son of a bitch. Got in the remastered COD 4 after that. Hated the monetization on that game. They completely ruined it with monetization and the new weapons. Fucking hated that. Don't even touch it. And then after that, I attempted to get then I thought about getting Modern Warfare, but then played Warzone. And then once the first season pass of Warzone came out, I hated it. I didn't like the method they were doing. I knew it wasn't going to be worth my time, and I stopped playing. But Black Ops 4 multiplayer it doesn't have a headshot multiplier at all, and it is so busted with add-on guns. Yeah, see, the add-on, the fact that it doesn't have a headshot multiplier is weird. And the flame shotgun in Modern Warfare, yeah, that was fun. Honestly, I like incendiary rounds. Dragon's Breath is badass. That's a fun mechanic for me. But the thing that I didn't like about Battlefield 1 was the same thing that you mentioned with Black Ops 4. The added-on content was overpowered. I had the same issue with Battlefield 1. In fact, I've talked about it multiple times. I was Jesus at at Battlefield 1. Like, actually Jesus. Like, I was fantastic. Frequently one of the best players in the lobby kind of thing. Fantastic KD ratio. I had 3 games of Rush back to back to back where I did not die. And 40 kills per game in a heavy tank. But still, 40 kills, 3 games in a row, not a single death. That's how good I was at that game. I fucking loved Battlefield 1. The day that the French DLC came out, I was fucking trash at that game. I couldn't get a kill for shit. My Hell Eagle got beat by everything. The Hell Eagle was useless up close. All of the other stuff had like a ton of everything was broken. The French tank I couldn't kill worth a damn, and I had like 13 vehicle kills in a single game of Conquest solo as assault. Not even in a tank, like on foot, 13 vehicle kills in one match, and I couldn't even kill one French tank. It was annoying as fuck. Yeah, I didn't buy the DLCs. I had a 4 KD and played with my boy Ravik, and he had a 6 KD, and then that SMG came out, and I did buy it. Exactly. You had to get the DLC. I quit playing the game. I put it down. I hit level 97 by the time that DLC came out. The week-long beta of Battlefield 1, I was level 78. I was the highest level player in every single demo game lobby that I found. I not once in the hundreds of hours I played that week, not once did maybe not hundreds of hours. How many hours did I play that week? I definitely played at least 8 hours a day. Okay, so in the 50 hours, at least 50 hours I played. At least 50 hours that I played on that demo. At least. I did not run into a single person that was a higher level than me on the demo that week that it was out. For me to hit 97 before any DLC came out on a Battlefield game was fast. Like, I know other people maybe got higher, but like I never played a BF game that much at launch to do it that quickly. And technically, I don't think I've ever played a Battlefield game until I hit triple digits. I always end up leaving before I get there because something happens, some bullshit comes up, and I can't play the game that long because they do something to it. Or I lost the game. Like I Battlefield 4 I lost the copy of. I'm pretty sure a friend stole it. So I only hit like level 16. But by level 16 on Battlefield 4, I had unlocked the highest tier sniper with the 40x optic by level 16. That was back when I no-lifed basically nothing but FPSs, and I was Jesus at those things. Like I would play MW2 on hardcore with a suppressed M9 for a challenge, or sometimes even not hardcore, but like I would frequently melee in Call of Duties because I needed the game to be harder. I had a game that I would play by myself where I wouldn't be able to use a gun until I meleeed someone to get their gun, and then I would use their gun to get more guns. And that's how I nerfed myself in Call of Duty, because it got boring dropping like a 4KD every single game. So like that's how much I played these games. Like I got that good at them. It was my job to play Call of Duty, and I wish I was streaming, but I was so young. I thought it was so difficult. I was on console too, so it was a pain in the ass to do it back then. There was no Twitch app. I had to get into PC use, which I didn't like. It was money I didn't have. It was like capture cards that I didn't know how to use. Like I had friends that could help me set it up for sure, but on top of that, like, remember, like, as a kid back in the day with those games, they were toxic as fuck. Like, being a 14-year-old with a microphone in Call of Duty basically meant I like to punish myself and be called names. Like, that, it wasn't fun doing that. And so that was, like, my least favorite part. But, like, it felt so good to just stomp the trash talkers and make them go, like, 3-15 and then have them rage quit because I could out-trash talk them, too. Like, oh my god, that high that you would get, like, fuck me, man, that was good. That made it worth it for sure. To get to stomp the trash talkers and be like, bitch, what now? You know? Like to this day, like, people think I'm weird, but I will watch YouTube videos of old Call of Duty lobbies and just die laughing. Like, there's like old video montages of people who had recordings of what it was like in the MW2 game lobbies back in the day, and I can't help but laugh. Like, I've had numerous people go like, what are you doing? Like, this is the most offensive thing I've ever heard, and I can't stop laughing because it's so nostalgic for me, because I remember that. Like, I was there when the law was written, you know? Like, it's just like same. I'm 20. Yeah, I'm 25 too. Yeah, I'm 25 and started console shooters with H3 and COD 4. And I scrimmed with the M40A3. Yeah, exactly. I loved the M40A3. One of my favorite things. Like, it's I would use it over the R700. I preferred the sound. I preferred, like, just the rate of fire and everything. Plus, it had the bug with the HCOG scope where it was a one-shot kill to the body too, so that was nice. But yeah, dude, I loved it. And like hardcore MW2 with a suppressed M21. Oh, my favorite thing on the planet is MW2 multiplayer with a suppressed M21. I love that shit so much. Like, oh, favorite thing. You know how goddamn OP that was? You know how many people have cussed me out because of using an M21 suppressed on hardcore, hiding on in the maps in the shadows with a ghillie suit? They just can't see me. There's no scope glint. They pop a corner and are deleted. Especially with my old trigger finger, dude, and how that M21 had an uncapped rate of fire. Oh, oh, that was fun. That was so much fun. Like, it was a time, man. It was a fucking time. I loved it. It was easily one of my favorite multiplayers. It was crazy. Like Bad Company 2, Battlefield 3, like, they have some amazing multiplayers as well, but very different multiplayers. And so for the arcade style shooter that wasn't like that all out vehicle warfare, MW2 has got to be the number one for sure. War at War second place for sure, because that was better than MW1. War at War had amazing stuff. Oh, oh, that's a bummer. But yeah, man, it's yeah, War at War was fantastic for sniping too. Some of the best COD sniping I've ever done was War at War as well. That was fantastic. The range on those huge maps was great. MW2 was good too. They had some long range, but it was mostly just close range stuff, but I didn't mind. They were just super effective. So the lack of range didn't bother me too much, but there were some MW2 match where you could stretch for sure, and that was nice. And Yeah, then for Battlefield, man, like just the sniping's always felt great in Battlefield, man. I loved it. So rewarding in Battlefield to have the projectile, especially back then when COD was hit scan. Uh, like, yeah, before the nerf, dude, the 1887s, even after the nerf, they were still pretty strong. But like those 1887s were fucking fun, dude. I loved it. That was actually, by the way, the inspiration for Tadashi's ultimate was to have him have a sawed-off PK like the 1887, and that was fun to write, man. I really wanted to keep that, but it wasn't quite there. I didn't think it was the right move to make for Apex. But that was something that I really, really wanted to make a legend about, was to have him have an 1887 as his ultimate, but it just wasn't quite right. But yeah, to have a sawed off PK as like an 1887 would be fantastic. I'd love that, but I don't think it was right for Apex. Yeah, those 1887s were fucking fun, dude. Oh my god, that was fun. Yeah, man. There's just something about those old CODs, man. That it was fun. It was fun. And like low key, like I know like noob tubes are annoying as shit. That the next new gun in Apex is a shotgun. I don't know why they would do that though, to be honest. Like, do they need another shotgun? Like I could think of one that would be okay, but that's about it. But a lot of what I liked about the old CODs, oh shoot, I forgot what I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying. That's okay. That's my own fault. I should no, don't worry about it. But shotgun in Apex that I would think would work was would be what I think it was like elephant hunting is what it was used for, or maybe it was just big game hunting. But there is a style of shotgun that is a side by side with a rifle cartridge in the center. So it is like the top round is a rifle cartridge, like a big like 40 cal, like 4570 kind of rifle cartridge, and then the shotgun is a cattle gun. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. The side by side double barrel with the rifle round on top. That I would add into Apex. But that would be super fucking annoying as well. Like if they were gonna add a new shotgun, like to have a 2-shot shotgun, like that shotgun would have to do like enough damage to kill blue armor, but not enough to kill purple armor, which would make it a horrible end game, but really good off drop. And then the rifle cartridge would have to be sniper ammo, and you'd have to allow like sniper scopes on that shotgun. It would have to have like Kraber level damage or like a stupid fast reload. Like cattle guns, like they're really cool, but like for balance, I don't see it working. It could maybe, but I just, it would have to have like a one-shot headshot capability, and I don't think Apex would want to do that. So, it would have to have like an 80 body with a 2x headshot, and that'd be really weird. And even then, it wouldn't quite headshot people enough. Like it'd be weird as fuck for sure. It'd be a weird gun that most people would be like, no, I'm not gonna pick that up. But early game pretty strong, but by end game completely useless and just taking up space. So I'm not sure if a cattle gun would be right for Apex, but frankly, I don't think they need another shotgun, man. They've got the EVA 8 as the fast movement, hip fire shotgun. It was from someone's stream. He said something along the lines of that shotgun in testing is going to be a problem. Okay. Maybe, I mean, yeah, depending on the rest of the context of that statement, then like maybe it was like him talking about it from like game testing, but it could have been just like, what we're doing now, is that like the cattle gun in testing would be a problem, because for it to be effective, it'd have to be broken as fuck, because it's a 2-round mag with a single shot thing. So maybe, but frankly, I don't think they need another shotgun. They've got the EVA 8 for super close range, the Mastiff for mid range, and the PK for long range. They really don't need another shotgun. There's only so many things that those shotguns can do, and otherwise you're just going to be making maybe a new version of the Mastiff with a different pellet spread, and that's just kind of weird, like they really don't need more than those 3 shotguns, because especially with if I was gonna look at like what they need, I think they need a light ammo LMG, and I think they know that too. So if they were gonna add anything in the game gun wise, it would need to be a light ammo LMG. I think for how Apex wants to handle long range, I think they have enough snipers. For how they want to handle, long range, they have enough DMRs, they have enough snipers. They just need to model them more into the meta. Like their problem isn't what guns they have; it's how those guns are being used. And that's for me the key issue with Apex, is that it's not that there's not enough variety; it's that the meta doesn't allow that variety. Right? There's no reason to use a G7 because at range, like, it doesn't do that well. Like, it has the same velocity as an R301, so yeah, it's more damage per shot, but at the same time, like, close up, it's horrible. It has a way worse time to kill than the R301. Plus it's semi-automatic. Plus it has a smaller mag capacity. Like, the G7 and all the ranged guns in this game don't have the upsides of a ranged gun to make up for being as bad as a ranged gun is up close. So there isn't really a ranged combat meta. It's just the G7. That's the best ranged gun in the game because it's got the best time to kill. It's got the same muzzle velocity as like the longbow and stuff like that. And it's got a good body shot, good rate of fire, decent mag size, doesn't take sniper ammo, and has a good headshot multiplier. So that's the meta of long range combat is a G7. The next option, an R301. Close range meta, R99 and Volt. And now the EVA 8 with a level 3 bolt, and only with a level 3 bolt, and only within 5 meters. So there isn't enough competition within the meta. So, like, they don't need another gun. They need what actually I can confirm is going to happen is a weapon balance update. There is a weapon balance update in the works. When that comes or how it's going to happen is another thing, but the devs on Boomstream have confirmed that there is a weapon balance coming through. We just don't know what it is or how it's going to happen, but there is going to be a weapon balance update. So hopefully they fix that and can allow the meta to be more well-rounded. But again, they can't half-ass it. Like, of all the gun changes I showed you, none of them can be implemented one by one. It has to be all at once. Because when they do it one by one, you get the hemlock. And the hemlock was finally getting balanced. And then it had too fast of a TTK. And so it was a fantastic range option, but it had such a good time to kill and such good recoil control that instead of nerfing the time to kill, they nerfed the recoil. Actually, they might have nerfed the time to kill too. But either way, they basically made the hemlock broken. And the hemlock was finally feeling good. It was useful. You could do things with it. And then everyone complained because it didn't open up the meta enough. It made one gun really strong, like the bow. The bow had the best muzzle velocity in the game, but that also means that because it had the best muzzle velocity, the only thing that could counter the bow was another bow. You have to do all of this at once. If you don't do it all at once, it's not going to work. So, if I had to do it in parts, velocity first. Yeah, but you never want to run into the BF4 problem with Apex where you have 4 700 RPM ARs that are basically the same gun, but maybe one is bullpup with movement spread, decrease buff. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't hate that. I mean, the Battlefield 4 problem for sure, where a lot of them are basically the same gun, but at the same time, they do have different recoils, so that's going to help give a little bit of preference, and look as well. You know, knowing that you could run 2 different looking guns with different attachments or different setups, and just basically you're tricking yourself into there being more than there is. And frankly, I think Battlefield 3 was along the same lines, but I still loved it regardless. There was 88 weapons at launch in Battlefield 3, and most of them were about the same. You know, there was room for preference. There was obviously going to be a clear-cut meta, as every good shooter should, but there was, room for preference. Maybe some had bigger mags, maybe some had smaller mags. Maybe you wanted the challenge of that smaller mag gun. It was kind of nice to be able to have options that are roughly the same without getting completely fucked. And that's kind of what I did in my meta too. Like the R301 and the Flatline are roughly the same, but they have very clear-cut uses. And that's kind of where the R301 and the Flatline are right now. But there's very little difference between their time to kill. There's a very small difference between my time to kill and their time to kill too. So it maybe is like a little bit bigger of a gap, but the the flatline becomes closer to SMG time to kill, so that it can be used as an SMG with a bigger mag, but also, you know, slower ADS speed, stuff like that, slower weapon swap time, all that jazz, while also allowing the R301 to be, you know, close but far enough away from SMG times that you're going to lose up close, while allowing it to be that, you know, ranged AR M4 style gun that it's always been trying to be. So that's kind of my approach to it. I also, in addition to this document on the thing on the Discord, this document is missing one change to the item spread, which is going to be new. Like the AR-160, AUG, and the CZ-301, they only have slight differences to handling and reload times, but are basically the same gun depending on your ability. Yeah. But, you know, when you have 50 guns in the game, that's just going to happen. You know, when you have that many guns, they can't be that different. With Apex, they can be that different because there's 23. So half the guns, you know, twice the impact kind of thing. So it's definitely not ideal, but at least it's nice, you know. It's better than having, you know, 3 guns that are almost the same and then some of them are trash for no reason. Like if one of them did, you know, 20 less damage than the other one per shot and it was the same caliber gun, you'd kind of be like, what the fuck? Why would I use this? So at the very least, they're usable, right? Like they're similar for sure, but at least they're usable. And honestly, IRL, they are going to be about that similar. It's going to come down to personal preference anyway. So if anything, it's realistic that 3 guns in the same caliber with the same rate of fire kill in the same time, because if you're accurate, you know, depending on your ability, that's what would happen. It's going to come down to what you like, what it looks like, and how it feels. So I kind of I'm okay with, you know, because they're supposed to be about the same. But when guns are meant to be different and they're not, then that's where I'm like, okay, come on, like help me out here. Like these should not be the same weapon, but they are. Or like, again, with the flatline is so far behind SMG time to kills and so close to the AR time to kills, but has worse recoil, has worse range, you know, that its only benefit is hip fire and mag capacity, but that's not what the flatline should be for. You know, that's what LMGs are for. If you want that, you know, hip fire and mag capacity, use an LMG. You know, let the flatline be a good gun on its own, without, you know, again, like what the Spitfire does, capitalizing on a reload, right? You know, the flatline can shoot for longer than all the other ARs, but so it'll take advantage of an enemy reloading, but that's the only time it happens. You know, the flatline wins against SMGs because they have to reload, not because it's just as good, you know. So there's that, and we might mess with the R301 time to kill a bit to get it slower. That way there's a bigger gap between the flatline and R3. It's at like 90 milliseconds right now. I wouldn't mind that being like more like 120, but we'll have to tweak with it. Maybe the rate of fire adjustment would be the fix. But anyway, that was Navarro that we covered. So we got through all of that. We're going to rewrite this. Obviously, it's got the wrong gender now, so we're going to need to put it to her, and deal with all those little inconsistencies. We're going to rewrite Kristoff. He needs a lot of work as well. And Dexter has some work, but Ghost is much better now. I'm really happy with Ghost. And so, we didn't do the thing here. The living rework, just so you guys have the, come on, close that. The notes that Brian was talking about, if you want to, you know, give your hand at designing Legends, just to recap everything about what we're going to focus on, is what is the play pattern? This is something that Brian said that Respawn frequently asks about Legends that they're designing. Is this number one question? What is the play pattern? Which means what will a player be trying to do with this Legend? Okay, can they do frustrating things? Can they troll? Are they strategic? Are you forced to be strategic? Are their abilities going to be used in ways that you didn't expect? Right, that kind of thing. The second is, do the abilities support each other? Is there a theme? That's, you know, pretty good thing. Like if the ability fits within the character identity, then that's perfect. It needs to happen. Is it a build up? Can they be used in tandem? Does the tactical support the ultimate? So on and so forth. Not necessarily required, but definitely helpful. Hard to read movement is hard to counter. So things like double jumping, things like burst movement, you know, like what's dashing really hard. There must be a way to counter that ability. For legends that focus on replicators, that replicators are about slowing the game, keeping legends in an area, and transitioning them from place to place, spreading out where legends are, keeping them in that time keeping them there for a longer period of time to make sure that that the game can be slowed, so you have less games at like round 2 with their 3 squads left. Crafting legends, if you're going to make them, can't be too campy. They can't be a workaround to, like, a general workaround to the inventory attrition. It needs to be something that doesn't replace the need for looting. That kind of thing. Yeah, 12 players left in zone 3. Exactly. Yeah, that's not ideal. And so there's that kind of thing. And then that led me into like a Rampart and Crypto combo. That dashing is going to be kind of broken. I need to take a relook at Boomy, because Boomy is going to be in that territory of being kind of broken with the movement that she can do. Anything that makes people miss shots as a character ability is not great. So that's kind of Boomy. To think about what would it be like to fight that character, is that if you had to fight this legend, are there hard counters to that legend to help you fight them, or is it just annoying as fuck? So that's kind of what it kind of comes into. I think this is a big reason why Caustic Gas isn't getting that little bit of damage buff that it needs, because for Caustic to be effective, they need to up the damage, but that also is going into that, what is it like to fight this character? And having that high damage Caustic Gas is just frustrating to fight. You don't want it. No one likes it. But it is what Caustic needs to be a viable legend. Because right now with 5 damage, I can out-heal that bitch with syringes. It's just not even close to okay. So it needs to be that 6 to 8 damage to make it hurt, to make sitting in that gas take even more. I loved what they did with the ramp-up damage. They just made it ramp up too high. Okay, they had it ramping up to like 10 or 12 damage. That's just too high. You know, we could have told you that a long time ago. So there's that. So that's what Brian was talking about when they went over all of the abilities that that they talked about in that other Boom Razzle stream. That was the one that was today, by the way. That around the 3-hour mark is when they started doing this. And so they went over all the legends that they designed. I took notes and reworked some of the stuff and grab some stuff from them to maybe pull into new legend designs and kind of refine their ideas a bit more and get more specific, kind of like Ghost. Like Ghost, they this chain here had the ability for cameras that would like tag onto people and stuff like that. Like this is the gaming merchant's idea for the throwing cameras, but it wasn't really quite the same as what we made it, and we put a lot more detail into it. So you know, arguably you could say that I stole it, quote unquote, but the first lesson as an artist that I learned, and this is through photography, is good artists copy, great artists steal, right? Like being afraid to use someone else's idea in your own way is not going to get you anywhere. You have to use other people's ideas. You have to go on and like say, someone did this really well, I'm going to do that too. You know, like Ansel Adams is one of the very first photographers to really like achieve that technical perfection of landscapes. And there are generations of people copying him because he's that fucking good. And on top of that, he's so fucking good that even after generations of getting copied, no one's as good as him. He has a level of technical capability that no one has ever found out or surpassed since then. I could talk about that for another hour, but the point being is that good artists copy, great artists steal. You know. Anyway, thought changing the drop entirely could work in Apex. The battle bus drop is causation to the players dying so quickly. Okay. Having a map with dedicated 3 sectors with a 20-player cap per zone, then design the map around a 3v3 build even map design spawns almost like arenas maps to force each team off spawn. Maps for each team off spawn. Okay. So you're saying that you would break up the map. You know what? Tell you what. We'll dive into this. So you're saying is that let's take Kings. That's the easiest one because Kings is the best map for what you just described, because you have that big circular map of Kings Canyon with all of those little circles within, because that's how they designed Kings Canyon. Each thing is a little pocket of a POI, and it was specifically done that way so that you could go in quickly and out slowly. So their mythology behind Kings Canyon is fantastic. I love that map. So you're saying is that we, instead of doing the straight line that we have right now, which by the way, if it goes through the middle, that helps significantly, which is why in competitive play this doesn't fucking happen, right? So that's kind of a big thing. It would probably only work on a brand new map to keep the... Yeah, it probably would only work on a brand new map. I think I see what you're getting at. So basically, you would take this one big map and you would make maybe a Venn diagram within that map, right? So you've got the 3 drop zones that you would pick. And so you would go ahead into these 3 maps and you would say, okay, I want to spawn on this side of this map or this side of this map or this side of this map with a 20-player cap on each zone. Yeah. Okay. And then I think if you were going to do this, I think you would want to keep the battle bus, to be honest. I think doing this with 3 different battle buses that go through each POI would be ideal. Because otherwise, how you spawn people within this map is going to be the same challenge that every battle royale faces, which is why they do the battle bus scenario. Yeah, because otherwise you'd have to do the same thing here of each one of those 3 POIs, and then each one of these 3 POIs would have to have even smaller POIs, and then you get into just straight up multiplayer spawns, and that would be weird as shit. Yeah. So that could help in spreading out the map for sure. And frankly, if you did this with battle buses, that could be okay. I think that realistically, if you split up Kings this way and even Olympus and World's Edge this way, it could work with the right loot distribution and all that, and putting 3 different buses, whether or not you hard cap this or not. But even just implementing 2 or 3 buses that take this kind of route, this trident, pitchfork route like this, and just putting 20, 20, 20, and then letting this be the lotto of what side of the map you spawn on, you could even do that randomly, and I think it would still help. So there'd be that. I think this realistically could still work as a simple adaptation to what you were saying. Is just at the very least, even claw marks, if you wanted to run 3-3-3 and put 20 players in each one, that could work out okay, because some of these maps are big enough to handle that. You could even split it on 2 if you really, really wanted to. You could do this as well, because that would, what basically, even on just on 2, what this would do is what basically what you're wanting it to do is you're forcing 1/4 of the lobby to go this way, 1/4 of the lobby to go this way, and then the other half the lobby fights over the center of the map, versus right now the whole fucking lobby fights over the center of the map with some people going out this way. So doing this would absolutely get more people going far left and far right. I agree, and that would definitely help slow down this pacing. However, I think another huge reason why this is the case is because of the lack of ranged combat. Drop stream house and dies in seconds and seconds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the stream house and then dying by second ring. Yeah, or just dying off drop. I hear you on that. So the one thing that I would add to this is that the spawning system could provide a huge, fantastic rework. I think that could be a really cool thing that would probably help a lot of the lobbies not die so quickly. I do think that it would annoy players at the very beginning. I think they'd get used to it if you just didn't take it away. However, there is such a big focus on both movement legends and on close range combat that there is a fundamental flaw in Apex because of muzzle velocities, ranged weapon time to kills, and the lack of strong defensive choices. And so what this is forcing people to do is push close range fights all of the time. So it's not necessarily the drop, the style of drop's fault that this happens. I mean, take a look at Warzone, right? Warzone, frankly, when I played it, it's probably different now. I never had an issue with, running out of people in the lobby. If anything, and this is likely because the map was so big, I had an issue finding people in the beginning or even the mid game. But by end game, there was always a healthy number of people. Always. I never had end games in Warzone where it was like the last 2 rings was 6 people. Like it was always, or maybe 4 people or something. Like that kind of thing. Like I never had those games of Warzone. And frankly, I think a huge lend to that is that ranged combat is not only effective but almost meta as well. Close range combat is quick and punishing, and ranged combat, even to the chest, has a competitive time to kill and is very much part of the meta, and with the muzzle velocities is something that can be achieved to the 300-400 meter mark with average success. And it's because of that you have so many people left over, because you don't have to get down and dirty and what I would describe as an all-in push. Right? The kind of playstyle and push that dictates a win or a loss. Not the kind of push where you push in and can get back or recover or not lose a teammate. The kind of push where it's either my squad wins or my squad dies. And that is, in my opinion, the fundamental issue with Apex Combat, is because every single engagement is that, because there is no ranged option. Every engagement is about doing enough damage to justify that all-in push. Every single one. I haven't had a single fight in Apex that I could win at range. And on top of that, it would take so long that the enemy team could just push me. Even if my whole team was at range, even if we focus fired, they could just get out. They could get on top of it quicker. They could just get to us faster. And on top of and frankly, that's another big reason why movement legends are so strong, is because of the massive need to use close range guns. They're just so much better than everything else, and the muzzle velocity hinders everything past 50 meters. Everything past 50 meters in Apex, you have to lead. Everything past 100 meters in Apex is hard as fuck, if not impossible. By 100 meters, basically every single gun in the game is leading a full body width ahead of walking speed, not even sprinting speed. Sprinting speed, you're already like a body and a half by 100 meters for every gun. And the long range guns are worse than like the R3. So realistically, that is why Apex has the issue that it has with the amount of players, is because every single time that you get in a fight, it is basically either I'm losing most of my squad or the whole squad dies. There aren't a lot of pushes with Apex that are that mid-range push that don't result in that either all or nothing close range or succumbing to a third party, right? Like the only thing that works at range is third partying, because you're dealing with low health enemies with high damage per shot guns. So having a bullet penetration for snipers to knockdown shields could be a slight band-aid solution as of now. So a Sentinel could one-shot a downed player. Yeah, so because you talked about that, this is going to be the last thing that we cover before I gotta go. Definitely got to be the last thing that we cover before I gotta go, because we're coming up on 4 hours. Is my changes to the knockdown state, and this is, in my opinion, a huge reason why sniping is dumb as fuck, because like you mentioned, knockdown shields. However, knockdown shields were meant to counter range. They're horrible up close. So giving snipers bullet penetration would just make knockdowns almost useless. So we can't quite do that. What I would like to do is add in the PUBG knockdown system, which is where knockdown players have a health bar, and that health bar is reduced over time until it hits 0. No more of the health bar and timer. My biggest complaint with Apex is the fact that you can do 99 damage with a PK shot, and that bitch can still stay alive for another minute on 1 health. I fucking hate that. So, my change is that knockdown players now have a health of 150, right? The Kraber still hits for 145. So, as a nerf to the Kraber, it will no longer one-shot kill knocked players because they will have 5 health to get revived. So, but again, that 5 health will only last them a couple seconds, right? So the first knocked player will lose 1 health every half second, which would give them 2.5 seconds to stay alive after a Kraber shot on their first knock. But that tick rate goes up the more you get knocked. So eventually a Kraber shot, if they've been knocked 3-4 times, is Kraber shot dead, because they've already either lost that health or will lose that health so quickly that there's nothing for their team to do about it. Yeah. Interesting, right? So what this lets snipers do is allow them to make a difference in the amount of time that is left for that player to get revived, which means that shooting a knocked player may not one-shot them, right? Especially with the Kraber, won't one-shot them, but you will be cutting the amount of time left in half for that player to get revived, which means that Lifeline's res shield becomes even more important, which is why I give it back, right? I put it on a cooldown, 25-second cooldown, but that would be a huge reason to give Lifeline her drone shield back, because at range, it's not just the knockdown shield anymore, right? Like, I think this would be huge because it would allow snipers to be effective against knock players. And so if you want to look at like from the 5th knock onward, I give you 10 seconds, right? This would mean that if you get hit by a sniper once, you have 5 fucking seconds before you die. And so your team better be Johnny on the goddamn spot with that bubble res, or you're gonna die, right? And so from the 4th knock, it would be 20 seconds alive, like not very long. 3rd knock, I have 35 seconds. The 4th knock, they get 50 seconds. Sorry, the second knock is so first knock is 75 seconds. The second knock is 50 seconds. The 3rd knock is 35 seconds. The 4th knock is 20 seconds, and the 5th knock on is 10 seconds, which is a bit more punishing, I think, per knock than current Apex. But the first knock is also more forgiving, right? You have an extra 15 seconds on the first knock compared to Apex right now. So instead of 60, well, it's not 60 seconds every knock, but instead of having that just timer, this is better. And especially when you think about CQB range with the shotguns, right? You know, being able to shoot a knocked enemy, remove their time by a significant amount, and then keep the pressure on the team that now needs to push immediately, it would end CQB fights faster too, because getting that high damage shotgun shot on a knocked target is going to mean that any other teammates they have to push right fucking now, or that guy's dead. So it's going to end fights quicker, either by the follow-up push or by the run, because right now fights linger on, even close range, way longer than they need to. And so I think this is going to be a huge change for Apex that is going to fix a lot of issues. It's going to fix how long fights take. It's going to help fix the effectiveness of snipers. It's going to affect the effectiveness of third partying, just everything about this. Like, this is frankly what it should have been from the start. And I can't stand that it's been 2 years since this change, because I frankly, this is a day one obvious as fuck change for me. And I hope that it's just the game getting in the way. I hope it's just a coding thing, because I really like, if this is something that Apex play tested and decided wasn't for them, then they and I are on 2 different pages. Like complete. If this isn't something that Respawn wants to do, then there's no point in them fixing Apex for me, because I just don't want to play a game that this isn't the choice that you want to make it for. I'm just gonna go to a different game. If this is a no on all accounts, then Apex won't ever be a game that I main once the new games come out. Like, I'll just go to Halo, I'll just go to Battlefield, whatever. Like, I'll move on. But that was just about to say that that just this alone would be the best change made in so long. Yeah, I think this would be probably the best quality of life update Apex has put out. If this was that, the second best would be putting the backpack changes back. That'd be the second best quality of life update. But for that knock system is huge, and I want that for sure. Also, taking 2 seconds off self-revive. Self-revive is 10 seconds, guys. That's way too fucking long. It's a goddamn FPS game. Like, I know the time to kills are really long in Apex, but 8 seconds is forever. Like, it never happens, man. It's dumb. And to give back Lifeline fast revive. The only goddamn medic doesn't have fast revive. Gibby does. Like, that's fucked up, you know? Like, it's annoying. So anyway, I changed knock players to 6 seconds, which I think it is right now. Knocked is 6 seconds. Fast revive is 4.5, which is what fast revive currently is. Gibby, Dome, fast revive is 4.5, and self revive goes down to 8 instead of 10. 10 is just too long. It's just way too long. And I've got some rank changes too. This is all in the PDF on the Discord, guys. So I know you already have it, but we have someone else in the stream right now. So if you want to look at this document on the PDF, then there you go. I decrease healing times too. It's just too long. I redo replicators, supply drops too. Yeah, they're just not worth it. You know, it's not like PUBG. PUBG supply drops, you fucking know it's good. You know there's some good shit in there, and it's worth dying for. Apex, nah. The early supply drops are dumb as fuck. You might as well just not even go to them. Endgame, though, it's like always a Kraber. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, of all the complaints about the Kraber, about having like take it out of comp, or like make it not one shot headshot, blah 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 blah, like, I don't like this, blah. And then, like, of all the complaints, like they fucking spawn it at the end of the game when it's gonna cost you the win, right? Like, that's when they spawn it in the most often. Like, it has the highest spawn rate at the end of the game, not the beginning of the game when snipers should be snipers, but like that's when they spawn it the most. It's weird. You can never get off self in a 1v1 team fight. It never happens. I totally agree. Yeah, it's only in case of third party. And then it's like, well, why even have it? Like, why do I have this thing if I can't ever use it? You know, like, it needs to be a little bit more likely to happen. Like, just a little bit. Like, not like always getting off. Like, I hear you. Like, if Respawn wanted the self-revive to always get off, it'd be fast revive, right? But they don't want it to be all the time. They want it to be this risk reward item, and I think it's just too much risk and not enough reward. So I think they need to reduce the amount of risk to balance it a bit more. But I definitely know that they don't want it to be fast revive for sure. That'd be too broken. They would hate that. But so longer than regular, but definitely not 4 seconds longer. Like, that's just that's too long. Same thing with Phoenix's, by the way. I don't like that Phoenix is 10 seconds. That's way too long. I make that 8 seconds as well. Just way too much. Med kits from 8 seconds to 7 seconds just because it needs to. Come on. Shield batteries are still at 5. Syringes I put from 5 seconds to 3.5 seconds. Syringes just take too fucking long. And then shield cells I do in 2.2 seconds instead of 3 seconds, but they also do 5 less healing because I have shields now do 20, 40, 40, 60, 80, 100 instead of 25, 50, 75, 100, 125. So that's what I make that change for. But anyway, that's where all those changes. This is a good change as well. The rank stuff, the new season's not knocking people down. I don't like that. I don't have the time to maintain platinum, but I always earn it. So I'm tired of having to re-earn what I already fucking got. So instead, splits will now no longer knock players down, but they will remove 2,000 RP. And 2,000 RP is enough to reset someone all the way to the beginning of that tier. So if you don't get through the tier in the split, you have to do all of it over again. So there's that. Additionally, let's see. Masters will lose 2k RP and can never go below 10. Yeah, so Predators will also lose 2,000 RP per split and get to keep any progress above that into the next split. So this is going to help. By the way, so I'm fairly certain that now Predators get reset all the way back to Masters every split, and so the general feeling I'm getting from them is that it's not prestigious enough, and that they're getting upset at the increase of the skill curve, and they're complaining that like diamond and master players are like now the gold platinum level, which is just really annoying. But yeah, so this would also increase the amount of players in high rank to reduce queue time and make top 500 much harder to get into. That is exactly the fucking point. Thank you for understanding that. Yes, Sir Trace. That is the point, is that allowing Preds to keep their progress is going to reinstate the elite status of Predator, right? So that they can stop bitching about people getting too good at the game and that how they're not special enough, right? So this will help make up for the fact that their mommy never said I love you enough, while also letting the other players get better at the game, right? Like the average skill of Apex is growing, but it's not like they're getting in their own way of people getting better at the game. And the more people get better at your game, the more likely they are to stay and continue in this game with all the other stuff that comes out. Apex is 2 years old, okay? They can't keep punishing all the players that want to get better by making them go back where they already were. They have to make this change if they want to compete with Halo, if they want to compete with Battlefield. I know it's the same publisher between Battlefield and this, but if you think for a second that EA gives a fuck about it being the same company, you need to remember the track record and the history that EA has of shutting down their own studios for not performing as well as FIFA. Okay? Like, just, yeah. Titanfall 2. So the track record that EA has for throwing away their own content because it doesn't make them as much as FIFA is something that you have to remember. And Apex will go the same route as Titanfall and Titanfall 2 if they can't keep making money. Apex has made $1 billion in 2 years. That's fantastic. But it can't keep doing that if they keep punishing all of the mid-skill players that are doing this. Because right now, for me in Platinum, I can't get past Platinum because I have goddamn Diamond and Master players in my fucking lobbies, and I'm not as good as them. So I can't beat them. So I get caught in Platinum. Maybe I'd get above Plat for it, but I don't know because I have all these goddamn Master and Diamond players in my fucking lobby. So I can't do anything about it. Anyway, the cost of matches being reworked for a smoother curve in an attempt to slow or stop the progression of players into higher ranks. So this is the other end of that sword, is that the static RP amount per tier isn't enough to cut it anymore. It's not enough to hold people back. There's still people within that weird mark where, like me, where maybe if it costs 33 RP in Gold 1, I wouldn't make it to Plat 4, right? Because it costs the same to get through Plat 4 as it does. It costs the same to get through the 4th tier as it does to get through the 1st. So getting into that next tier only requires a learning of a few basic skills in order to break out of that branch, and then you can do it pretty consistently. So, like getting from gold to platinum is just as easy as the first time I did it. Like once I figured it out, I was good and I could do it every time. So I don't have a problem getting from gold into platinum because it's the same technique over and over and over again. So letting the RP cost ramp up within that tier is enough to force new learning and help make that shock a little bit less. Because there's something that I do, like once I'm in Plat 4, I get way more aggro than usual because I'm full sending into every single fight because I need to get better against that skill player, right? But if I had a higher RP cost in gold before it hit 36 RP per game, I would be more prepared for the cost and playstyle of platinum and so on and so forth. So that my entire playstyle and thinking going into platinum would be better because I would have a better understanding of what I need to know to get there. So this is why I can get rid of demotions, reset everyone at the beginning of the split back to the initial point of that tier, and allow players to gradually build up the skill and get further and further into that tier until they finally make it into the next one, and then they earned it. They actually earned it, you know? So they can stay there knowing that they have every skill they need to do adequate at that level. And currently, I can tell you from experience, that's not the fucking case. I can get through gold and get 12 kill games in gold. The minute I get into platinum, I'm a fucking noob. I can't do shit in platinum. I'm like struggling to get an assist because these guys are so goddamn good. So it is definitely like not the case. Like I can definitely get through gold. Even at 33 RP, I'm confident that around the current skill level of gold players, I could get through gold. But plat, fuck, dude. Like, you've got full pre-mades, you've got great communication, you've got intimate knowledge of legends and tactics. It is hard as fuck to get through platinum for me. So this is huge. So this is the change to rank that I would like to see. Additionally to this, I'm limiting the amount of kill points you can get from assists. So I want the number of kills and assists you can get, the number of kills and assists that you can get RP from, or KP from rather, go up to 8. But I want that to be locked to 5 kills and 3 assists. Because right now it is possible to get into platinum and diamond with only assists. And I don't think that should be the case. I think that to get out of diamonds and into masters, you need to be able to get some kills in there too. So I know some people want Team KP. That's not going to fix the issue. Team KP is going to get people into skill brackets that they don't deserve. And then when you solo queue and ranked, you're going to have a bad time. And if you thought you're having a bad time now solo queuing and ranked, do Team KP and then tell me if you're having a fucking good time. Okay? That's not going to... It's a horrible idea. Don't ever do that. Anyway. So individual KP... Of course, it has to be that, or else when you solo queue, ranked will be a goddamn nightmare like it is now. And so 8 RP, 8 KP max, 3 assists, 5 kills, and frankly, any account with Predator, Master, or Diamond unlocked that is not currently in Diamond or higher needs to be put back in Diamond or higher. Like, if additionally, I'd add in an opt-out feature to put them in Plat too, but there should be no Diamond players in Gold. I mean, come on, guys. Like, it's kind of like... If once you get through gold, you can get through gold. If you can get through platinum, why the fuck would you ever need to be back in gold? Okay? Like, frankly, when I just don't play ranked for a long period of time, like I did season 7, I hit platinum, and then season 8, I didn't play any ranked. So every split in season 8 and season 9, I could pub stomp in ranked and make all the new players have a bad time. Because if you put me in silver and bronze lobbies when I'm daily gaming, I'm Jesus again all of a sudden, right? I'm getting consistent 5, 10 kill games, 2,500 damage, like that kind of thing. You could also have the rank decay of Overwatch rather than seasonal reset. So you decay rank at the beginning of your tier if you stop playing over time. Yeah, you could. But the issue that I have is that the people who do daily game that are fantastic and then do that on purpose, like I just talked about. And granted, it's faster than this, so I wouldn't mind a slight time decay, right? But it can't be nearly as strong as thousands of RP. It can't be nearly as strong as knocking down a tier and a half every couple months. Like that's way too quick. So, frankly, that's what I would prefer. I would say that if you're gonna have a ranked decay, that it would need to be maybe around like the 30-50 RP a month, or maybe a week. Like I would say a preliminary number, no math, what could be balanced, 100 a month. You lose 100 RP a month, sure, right? With demo, like or maybe just like you could. How about after 2 months or 1 month, 24 a week? Yeah, 24 a week. Yeah, that's pretty good. 24 a week, or even just a hard reset after of 25 days of inactivity, that after 25 days of inactivity in ranked, you get reset to the beginning of that branch. So if you were like gold 2, then back to gold 4. And then after another, 30 days, then you get put into silver 2. And then like it's like every 30 days after that would be half a tier. That could work, because then the point with that, it would need to take a lot of time to reset that, so that if you climbed out of it and you're trying to pub stomp and ranked, that you're getting that almost like the penalty for leaving, like sure, like ranked, but and funny enough, it has to be a slow penalty for leaving, otherwise players can pub stomp in ranked, and then it ruins the whole point. So to have a slow decay, like maybe 24 a week, or something like 25 days hard reset back to the beginning, and then maybe after that you lose 24 a week or 30 a week or whatever, until you get all the way back. That could be effective, because it's only a couple hundred RP at that point per level. If you want to look at like the amount of RP that it costs to get into that level, like the top of silver is almost like nothing. So let's look at ranked. The progression. Yeah, so 2400 RP. That's a good. So if it was gold, that'd be 2800. So after 25 days, you get reset to 2800, and then silver is to get all the way back into bronze, you'd have to go from 2400 to 900. That's a pretty good amount there. So that's what, 1600, 1500, I think. 1500. So at 30 a week, it would take 50 weeks, which would be a year. That might be a little too slow. So at 1500 divided by 4, that would take 4 months, would be 375 a month, and that's not bad. For it to take 4 months to go down from gold to basically gold to bronze. Oh no, it wouldn't be gold to bronze. It'd be 28. Yeah, no, it could. No, it would have to be 28. It'd be 2800. So 2800 minus 900, 1900. So that divided by, let's say, 5 months. So 380 a month, which would be 95 a week. So if you lost 100 RP a week, then that would work. So 100 RP a week with a 25-day hard reset to the beginning of that rank, that'd be perfect. And that could have rank decay with a quick punishment up front, and then a rank decay after that 25 days. That way, people who want to grind out ranked and play ranked at least a couple times a month, they're totally safe. They can play ranked forever. And then on top of that, every split is going to have that hard reset to the beginning as well. So if you time it wrong within the splits, you could go from like gold 2 all the way back down to silver 4, because you could get the hard reset after 25 days, and then after 1 week, or really just like 1 day, or even just the 1 week, you'd be in silver 1, and then if the split happened when you're in silver 1, you'd go all the way back down to silver 4. So that would be the fastest way to get through that. Or actually, so that that sounds pretty good. And then even then, so that would be like the fastest way to cheese it. But even then, that's not so fast that it would be an issue. So I think realistically, that would be the best route here, and we can write that down actually while we're here. So what were we talking about? So ranked decay. That's what we're talking. We're ranked decay. In order to allow demotions, ranked decay will be added after 25 days of inactivity. You will be reset to the beginning of that rank. Then you will lose 100 RP per week for as long as you are inactive. The splits will still demote you all the way to the beginning of that rank. Yeah, so then that would be the best version. I think realistically that's kind of the best version. So just to kind of continue on with like what the ranked cost would be. So bronze 4 and 3 would be free. That's still free. Once you hit bronze 2, it starts costing 6 RP. And then bronze 1 would cost 9 RP. Then it goes into silver at 12, and then from here with silver 12, it's the exact same values all the way up to masters, except it's now an extra 3 RP per level within that tier. So silver 4 is 12, silver 3 is 15, silver 2 is 18, silver 1 is 21, gold 4 is 24, and so on and so forth, all the way up into masters. And then once you hit masters / pred, it's always 60 RP. There's no scale up there. Any more than 60 RP would be like annoying as shit, and no one would ever play it. So 60 RP for masters, and then once you're in masters, you're just in masters until you compete for pred. And again, people who compete for pred get to keep their progress every split but lose 2,000 RP. So you do have to maintain Predator, but it also is something that if you play Apex for like 2 years, you could have an RP score so goddamn high that no one can even touch it because all the other preds stop playing, and you've been playing preds for the last year and a half, you know? Like that kind of thing where you could likely, even as Predator, put the game down for like 3 months or if not a year, you know, eventually, and then like still like be like top 10 pred, if not, you know, kind of thing. Like that's realistically, that's what I would have done from the get-go to make Predator like the way that it is. Maybe, you know, still increase the number of preds per platform. I think it's like top 750 now per platform versus 500. But yeah, this would be my changes to ranked, and you could, you know, hard reset everyone if you really wanted to, but I don't think that would be needed. You know, realistically, masters players are still going to be masters. You know, there might be some differences between, you know, diamond and platinum and stuff like that, but for the most part, I you know, there's so few people, like 0.4% make it into masters and predator, so there's no point in resetting those guys. They're fantastic. They're going to get there. Diamond is the top 6%, which that 6% includes the 0.4% for Masters and Pred. So, you know, resetting Diamond players, not really a big point. A lot of those Diamond players are going to get there again anyway. The rank where I would see resetting everyone back to the beginning, or at least everyone back to gold, would be Platinum. Platinum is the one rank where I see a pretty big skill curve, and where I'm hearing the most complaints about people that are in Diamond about Plat players that don't quite deserve it. And I think a huge part of that is the RP cost. I think that they're because the RP cost isn't ramping up enough, that there's a lot of Diamond players that got there that couldn't quite cut it. And I think that's the same thing with Platinum as well. A lot of gold players, like especially this last split when I was playing Bangalore, I was one of them. Gold players that got up to Platinum that you honestly can't quite cut it in Plat. And I think that's a big part of that is because of the resets. And another big part of that is the sudden change of RP cost. 24 RP I can overcome like no one's business. But, you know, 30, 33, 36, that's a bit harder to maintain every game. So that is where I think that RP adjustment is going to be pretty big, and I know it's not a lot, you know, like you know, when you think about like how much RP it takes within those ranks, you know, like that's not a lot of RP. That's like what 500 RP every rank, but it is enough. Realistically, I really do think that that's enough because, you know, 3 RP isn't a whole lot, but then you're 6 RP more than usual. If you think about it that way, not just 3 incrementally, but by gold 2 to be having an extra 6 RP per game than what you would right now, that can be enough to put you back. That extra 6 RP is absolutely enough. That's, you know, your placement bonus gone. That's a kill almost unaccounted for. When you get up to 9, that 9 difference between gold 4 and gold 1, that is essentially a kill in an early game, you know? That's you really needing placement. Otherwise, you have to get a whole nother kill on top already in gold to break even, or you have to get placement. And I think that would be enough, realistically, to hold people back, especially in plat. In plat, to be another 9 ahead consistently by gold 1. I mean, by plat 1 to get into diamond. That means by plat 1, you need to be consistently hitting top 10s, top 5s to make up for your KP in that multiplier, because if you don't, then you're 9 short of what you were before, and that's enough over game over game over game that if you're not getting wins, that you cannot do this. So realistically, it's a small change, but that small change could have massive effectiveness for players that are on that borderline. And this is the biggest complaint that I'm seeing about ranked in Apex, or the borderline players that just barely made it, right? Or the people that are getting carried. You know, that's what I'm hearing the most about ranked. So this is, in my opinion, the only way to solve that. And the next issue, if this is still not working, is to make it cost more RP per tier. You know, 500 RP per level may not be enough anymore. Maybe it needs to go up to, you know, 700 RP, 800 RP per tier, and keep this adjustment cost, because that would, again, that the more that it costs per level at that increased RP is the more demanding it makes the performance, how consistent you have to be. And when Apex was first coming out, that consistency was enough, but people are getting so good and so much better that consistency to make it from one tier to the next isn't really enough to compete in that own tier. So and this would also help the SPMM a bit more, because then you could have some Diamond 1, some Plat 1 players maybe getting into some Diamond 4 lobbies. Or, you know, you could throw some Diamond 4 players in with Plat 1s, because Plat 1s would actually be, like, close to Diamond 4. Like, significantly closer to Diamond 4 in play. And same thing with, you know, with Gold. You could throw some Gold 1 players with a couple Plat 4 players. Or you could, you know, get, you could even try to split the ranks, you know, Gold 4, Gold 3 with Gold 2, Gold 1. And so on, which they probably already do, but it would be more effective if it took a bit more skill to get up there. So anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I think that's gonna do it. I don't think we have any other changes. If there is anything else that's in the Discord, obviously this PDF is available, so do your thing and do that. I do get rid of a good amount of items. I have some scope changes too that I think you'll probably like as well. So there's that. We go over the hop-ups, which would be the precision choke, the double tap, and the anvils. I also make the choke blue to make it more common, so that it can get unbuilt but not be like completely useless again, because, you know, that was the most annoying thing when the choke was actually good, is that you could never find the damn thing. So making it blue and putting it kind of everywhere is going to be what I would like to have happen, so that it's something that's a bit harder to find, something you have to go out of your way for. You know, maybe it's something you have to use the Loba ultimate for. You know, it's going to add a little bit more player choice without really affecting the guns too much. I don't want it to affect the guns a lot. I just want it to be that extra layer of player choice and that extra level of power curve of the weapon, to bring that back, to let the choke be effective and meaningful without anything like that. Knockdown shields, helmet changes, you know, all that kind of stuff. So that's the bulk of it. There's some cool stuff here too that we can talk about at a later day. If you want to talk about actual like in-game legend changes and tweaks, there's a lot of it. Loba has a huge change to her black market, so that's a big one as well. Changing Pathfinder from Recon to Assault, all that jazz. That's kind of where we are at right now. Some Bloodhound changes to just reel them in, you know, like, good God. He needs to get reeled in a bit. Frankly, I think his passive is too strong. By the way, 90 seconds of stuff. That's a lot of info. I would reduce that as well. It's a slight nerf, just down to a minute. To know where people were a minute ago was already pretty damn strong. So I think that's fine. Also, reducing the max number of people that can be shown. Right now, it'll go completely accurate up to 9, and I want it to go completely accurate up to 6. So, or up to 5 rather. And then if there's 6 or more people, or rather up to 6, and then if there's more than 6, it would go 6 plus. But right now with Bloodhound, it goes from up to 10 and then 10 plus if there's more than 10. How many goddamn times are you running into more than 10 people? I couldn't tell you the last time I was in Apex and ran into more than 10 people in one spot. You know, what's the point? Like it's basically perfect. So to make it show exactly 2 squads the right way, and then anything more than that the wrong way, there you go. And I think Mirage's ultimate counts as a hostile as well. So this would essentially be a buff to Mirage. Because Mirage's ultimate, each decoy would count as a person, and so it would fuck up Bloodhound scan and show that there's more people than there really are if they're not paying attention to if it's a Mirage ultimate or not. And I think that would be, one, not only a buff for Mirage, but a fantastic nerf to Bloodhound. So I think that's, and it's a very slight one too. It's not like gonna completely kill the character, but it's enough. Like he needs those little tweaks now. He's got a great kit, but he needs those little tweaks like this to just rein it in a bit. You know, it's just getting too big. It's getting too much. Yeah, fuse changes, Valkyrie, Horizon, all that jazz. Ult health reduced to 150 so that it can be countered by fuse. Okay. That's right, I did do that change. Okay. Anyway, then these are the legends that Boom and Macro, Punch, and Gaming Merchant and Moki made. With my notes on them, so that's nothing that we're worried about. Yep, we got Ghost rewritten. We got to get Navarro rewritten, and all that. The fly in the wall stuff is fantastic. That's actually a really good change there, and I'm happy that we got that on paper. It only took like 4.5 hours, but whatever. This is why the legends take a year to make, because just to write down their abilities took 4.5 hours. We didn't make any character renders, we didn't make any skins or anything like that. We just fucking did that. Anyway, it is officially time to get the fuck out, because it's 10 o'clock at night my time, which is way longer than I thought. I didn't even have dinner, so it is officially time to get the fuck out. Thank you for coming by, I really appreciate it, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Don't forget that this is on the Discord as well. There's the Twitch has the videos going over that document, and they're remaking it for the first time. This is going to be remaking it for the second time. And if you didn't get it on Twitch yet, if it's expired on Twitch by the time you see this video, go to the YouTube VOD channel, Over Analytical Gaming VOD channel on YouTube. That is where that's going. And the Excel rework is going to be posted on there every day for the next couple days. And the Legend Change rework is already there, so you're more than welcome to come by and watch that. The Discord itself has tons of room for feedback. It's been organized for feedback, so please feel free to come by and drop as much feedback as you would like. You can also get in touch with me any way that you see fit. If you want to come by streams and say hi, if you want to at me on Twitter, if you want to say hi in the Discord, whatever. I've been checking all that stuff pretty periodically, so you're more than welcome to come by and leave any kind of feedback you want. There should be room in the Discord to leave your own legend ideas, and we can create legends together if you want. That'd be cool too. We can take a stream and go through all of the community legend suggestions and refine them and talk about them on stream. That'd be awesome. So yeah, that'll do it. Thanks for coming by, and I'm just gonna let that timer run out, and we'll see you guys in the next one.